Cek, cek, cek.
Cek satu dua tiga. Cek 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 cek. Aku adalah
Cek, cek, cek.
Tes satu. Tes satu.
Beginning of the beginning go to Asia, and then the second part go to the US. Sure. Yang biasa.
Ya, mau dilihat bentuknya kayak gini. Yang bulat gede. Kita punya 3 sepanjang.
Oh ya sudah. Oke.
Jadi orang
Have you met in person, Jigar? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we met a number of times.
kalau ini
Mas Topik, kedengaran nggak Mas Topik?
Excited for kesini?
If that
Ya,
is the case,
jelas,
then the
jelas.
ambassador
Jelas ya?
Ya, jelas
Yeah.
aman.
Oke, bagus
Eh,
kedengaran.
Okay, all right.
Kami akan melakukan cek sound untuk interpreter ya. Eh, Mbak Diana, mohon cek untuk channel Inggris. Oke, terima kasih. Kita ke channel bahasa. Oke, aman Mbak. Terima kasih.
That's it. We're good. That's it. The Indonesia delegation will sit. Okay.
Mas Topik, kedengeran nggak?
Aman, aman, spesial.
Aman ya?
Aman, aman.
Pak Bu Dewi, kedengeran nggak Bu Dewi? Tapi dari Kemenkes sih, from Ministry of Health is,
He's our interpreter.
ya, iya, interpreter ya. Oh, for the interpreter.
Not for me, Pat, not for
Ah,
me.
ya. For the participant ya.
At the end, was really. Do we have Palender? Palender, Pabu?
And if I may, I would like to offer you something to drink while we are waiting for the Secretary General and our coffee and also Indonesian traditional refreshment.
Thank you. This would be a because they're right now the lecture one is not
Good location as before. It takes out the time with the traffic. Today. We're going to be testing it out.
That is no problem whatsoever. Okay. Probably one of the easiest questions for today.
It's sensitive.
Hi, that's me. From Asia.
Puff is. Aku kaya
Good. Morning time.
You speak Tamil or Malayalam?
Hou ben ik van dit.
10 years. Because I 3 years, so I moved to Germany. 17. Germany had no, just it's amazing. Just met with a bunch of pharmaceutical hospital. And also some of the trading houses helped them set it up. No, but I can give you. Cost me everything that cost me quantity. I used to be part of the team. On the first.
Laptop heb ik niks.
But I never sold it. Anything so, I don't know, I'm not a equipment person, I would do the back down. So if you ask me, I know an MR and a CT, I have mine, but you ask me what's the difference? Difference that we.
Jadi yang kita
Me, as long as they know what I'm eating.
atau mau dari sana?
Yes.
Pak Dubes,
I mean, now I left almost 3 years ago, but GE has completely changed everything. The best is when I joined the company, G Capital was
oh gitu.
the big G.
Oh, oke, berarti yang kita yang Vital
Now, they have G January 1st. Now it's been 1 year. G has.
Di sini. Ya, di sini.
di sini berarti Pak Sekjen sini ya.
I mean, the insurance doing extremely well. Yeah, they do it very well. But they are creating these companies. So, I mean, yeah, what is definitely better. So, G Healthcare is always been very good in terms of revenue. And there's what on a gas, it's not doing that well. And then, still speak things like that. Well, I try not to scream, but there's a big market share, you know. The market now, starting to I left the ultrasound was like one of the biggest model in the US market to films. And we even sell some. Yeah. Try to use them use the key accounts. So I don't miss anything.
It's sorry.
Went 30 years G.
21 years as trainer. Oh.
Thanks again. That was short notice. Thanks for coming on. That was short notice.
Really win,
Yes, actually, train. Oh, yeah. I know that communities and communities and everything. I actually, yeah, I just. Yes. You did that, so, Joe. I was not in Joburg actually, I was in France. Yeah, okay. I did have all the.
I didn't know. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Thanks for the Net afstand. That doesn't actually change the price. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Well, I mean, pretty much nothing from great. I think we have to check. Maybe, you know. Because I have yeah, this will be a session listening to yeah. It's nice thing. You can actually do it like so. I think you're actually because we don't
So you also will get what?
Yes. Yes.
Currently, because I'm trying to finance all the projects, so currently so she's my main contact. She's structuring government and increase team finance.
Yeah, her project.
Among other things. So Togo,
With all the requirements, we have to put through so that production. Okay, but we do not have to.
you know,
Yeah. Because we did.
Nothing is. That's why it's like, even for me to look at
Well, yeah. And
because they are on site. Yeah, we do not know all these local people or leaders or whatever, which check Indonesia knows best. But of course, if you go for finance topics, financial topics, or from the headquarters, so that most of the products are at least as far as we saw them. But it will be done products.
I'm getting with Crystal.
It's a vision, possibly have a level of comfort or something like that.
It's gonna be
Yeah. It's also not an issue, so it would be more focused than.
I mean, Crystal. Very, very happy.
You would take over crossing No, several ones. Of course, we have Ada sih, nanti saya tapi kalau misalnya
Majority of projects, but yeah.
Fully CEO. Yeah, was cool. Yeah, exactly. That's what I did. You know what? Exactly.
So maybe first section. The home
Yeah, I know.
This is like, this is a hat they wear. This is for -40. New York will be much more.
Ja, dit is een licentie-service. TCO.
Yeah, they have all, yes, all have.
Oh ja.
It's like, yeah.
Twee. Oh, sorry. Nee. 35.
My boss thinks it's so close to me sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not. See everything.
Maar het is alleen maar. Wat is dan? Ja. Ja, dan van jullie?
I'm here.
Oh, nice to meet you. Yes, yes.
I've been to Lisbon for our collaborations. I don't know. I hope you all
Ja, we're based in Eindhoven. Yeah, yeah. And you are based?
Germany, Lübeck, North Hamburg,
Okay.
all from your other side.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm the only one here for more or less therapy devices. I heard most of the people are here for more imaging. Right?
Yeah.
You are here for the current cat lab.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
We're trying to get insights for to prepare for therapy.
Ah, okay. And you never
Pak Dubes.
better the sooner to be involved and to understand, the better it is. Huh?
Now we'll be challenged also, or not challenged, but we have to organize everything. Format. Of course, so that's everything on site.
Yeah.
The production capabilities or production is a big trouble. So we never sold, I don't know, thousands of ventilators. Of course, worldwide, yes.
Yeah, yeah, not one single project. One.
Therefore, we hope this year we could.
Yeah, I think that's a challenge for everyone. No, but
in general, because this is such a big project, I think probably it's a challenge. Yeah.
Regular business.
Well, this is therefore we received a call from Indonesia. We had Hub in Singapore, but they called us, I guess would be headquarters as well.
So the moment they call headquarters, something seriously happening, right?
Yeah, but when you have headquarters,
Yeah.
you know, the short term, who can go there.
Yeah.
Also next one.
Yeah.
We see.
You also had someone representing, let's say, in.
No. It was too short term, nobody could go there, but nobody recognized that they could buy it virtually, so I thought this out when my veterans.
Yeah, exactly.
Joined virtually.
Yeah, you two options physically. Virtual. Yeah, right.
We have to see how.
No, we had a couple of colleagues representing in, so they are based in Singapore. So they joined virtually last Friday. And the rest were based in Ireland. I mean, you just train right away. Right, okay, we're going to be there physically.
This makes sense. Meant to be two, but the other one had to cancel. So, but a few, I hope a few colleagues will die. But for us, it's really preparations.
We've got a whole board. Here. I think that could well be the same amount of people.
Yeah,
it wouldn't surprise me. Like, you never know.
Let's see.
Absolutely. Exactly.
Yeah.
Also, because again, also in Hong Kong, now here apparently. Yeah, curious to know which one direction the discussion is going. See what's going to happen.
And for us, it's also difficult. subcontracts to impact, because so far we had projects of five projects, for example, in Ukraine, as subcontractor to, in this case, to Siemens. And to Philips in this case, but others to Siemens, or no, but the bigger ones, or if you have these imaging devices, our share is really the smaller one, so usually we are subcontractor to somebody in these projects, but we do not have direct contact. And we do not really have a problem because we have lots of capacities in headquarters, no dedicated people to take care of
Oh
this.
iya, iya maksudnya. Pas sudah mau closing, aku
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah.
kedengaran.
But it's also about behind in the document, like what's the setup of the organization that's doing bidding with venture costs. And what's the relationship between the others and what's the responsibility that they can take and what's the share that they can take?
Bisa ditukar aja, Pak. Belanja ya?
Yeah, it almost looks like we don't know exactly how.
I'm good, thank you very much. I realized you two were kind of colleagues. Oh, that's pretty good.
Iya, Pak Dubes.
Because of the magnitude.
Oh iya, makasih Pak.
Over a period of 3-4 years.
In New York, we might have someone from technical. I think.
Oh, I guess you will quote for MRIs. Well, I did not check the CAD in detail. It has lab imaging, so there's also MRI devices, if I remember.
Yeah, but in a different phase.
Yeah. But no anesthesia, no MRI anesthesia. That I asked for this in Indonesia, no. Infrastructure, no infrastructure.
How are you going to? Yeah. So many questions.
Which is so functionally twice.
Itu kerja Mas. Pak Sekjen.
Pak Sekjen di sini.
Pak Sekjen. Aduh besar level of kita tukar.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Alle supplies, uninterrupted supplies.
Exactly. Would have been different.
Size.
Also, they come up with the infrastructure supply.
You were in Hong Kong, guys? Or?
No, I was.
You did not.
Consider that.
Yeah.
Finally, Siemens robotic arm. Hospital first installed everything around infrastructure. Finally, they're coming with this robot in between. What can doesn't fit?
Yeah.
And, I'm not sure if this is.
No, it's on YouTube, but I don't know.
Yeah.
And we get up.
Like having a very big and not knowing
No tires.
no tires, no garage park, or no driver maybe.
Yeah, this is.
And but still in this phase,
Okay.
the tendency.
And very short term.
Exactly.
Very short term analysis.
Yeah.
Of course, from the topic point of view, we can follow up.
That's our challenge, trying to get into.
Quite a challenge. Say like hope time until wisely, because otherwise it's going to be a challenge. Because typically your date issuance does not move a lot, but the date of amount of time or
Pricing, we offer now for fixed prices for.
yeah. Apparently that's what people say. That A lot of people out of the questionnaire have indicated. Yeah, at least that's what I saw in the presentation.
But this was really something we received called in November.
Okay.
And then something submission. So they have allocated each of what are we talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, we don't know yet.
Okay, this country, now we didn't see so for our therapy devices.
As long as.
Already corporate products.
Yeah.
Because we have that meaning price from here. Talk about locals, then assume not the most expensive one, it might be. Also might not be it, and might be on the store on the other side.
That's the whole thing.
So maybe
Yeah.
there was
One fits all, where some will requirement system requirements that the other ones will getting too much and don't do.
For anesthesia, okay, it's not that many devices, but not
I guess it's kind
our colleagues, yeah. But the price of cost.
It is better, yeah.
Competition, but
Yeah. But taking
criteria with, and it was a 30% price or vice versa, I don't know.
so.
Exactly.
Went forward.
Yeah. After a while. You guys do.
Yeah, can I have these?
Kind of project. It's a once in a lifetime. Okay, also for Indonesia.
Yeah.
Yes. And I hope they
I will not 5 years projects a year.
That's a good thing.
When COVID was, our highest running product, of course, was ventilator.
Yeah.
Every world now bought patient monitors. So,
That's
Why
why
I try to.
That's not top focus anymore.
moment, it's not a level we're happy for. They are looking for ventilators. Yeah, but this will not come again, so it's no one and
Yeah,
then.
but that's why you hope, I assume we all want the same goal, that the right systems are brought in right regions. That's at least taking into account this time. We manage, mark the box.
What is life but one price? Our systems, if we simply purchase them more, they are more expensive, but over, I don't know, 10 years, it's less expensive.
that rationale is taken into account, that would be behavioral. Not sure. We'll see. From?
Michael, winter, how do you call it? Winter, winter.
Introduction round.
Now they like it. Well, Lombard, you know. Everybody.
Yeah, you're just a.
Okay.
I
don't think we will.
arrives 8:15 or something like that, whatever work.
Charles Gold.
Taxi tour.
Yeah, exactly. Because the taxi drive here can take longer than the flight from Hamburg to.
1 hour, 15 minutes.
Exactly.
I guess it's everywhere. Okay, Amsterdam is shorter, but the others it's more, I don't know, 1 hour.
Yeah, but in Amsterdam you need to be at the airport 5 hours in advance.
There is a bit of work to be done.
I had this once, flying to Amsterdam. They come of you. There was really plenty of time in between for the band status, but then finally started Hamburg and started. Arriving in Amsterdam, he's run.
All right.
And it's the airport. Right. You need to go there.
Done anywhere? I mean,
That's scary.
Now we took the train.
You know who does a plan actually?
Thalys, who I was called TGV.
I don't know if high-speed train.
Yeah.
How long?
2 hours from Antwerp.
Oh, this is fast.
Yeah, so we took the car. The train.
Yeah,
There's the subway and we were here quite quickly. So we took a hotel close to here. Most of the distance was covered.
Also walking distance, I don't know, 300 meters or something like that.
Yeah.
So this was really good. Just tend to travel anywhere. Yeah, find something. This was good.
What you
No, they are the airport.
8:45 or something like that.
Okay.
To be back in the office tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we as well.
So yeah, it makes a challenge really on this short notice. One colleague, okay, we fly on Monday morning. No, we're not fly on Monday.
No, it doesn't work.
Okay, you are there for lunch then.
If you want to be there, you be there from the beginning. Yeah, and then people, because it's Sunday.
Yeah, this is next. Yeah, okay, then take another half day off, another day.
Yeah, but it's not.
Yeah, but fine, yeah. Okay, so it's day. Rather on Mondays, not on Sunday. So every meeting starts at school based.
Yeah. No, they're very focused on
Strict, yeah.
you don't touch the meetings.
I mean, it's been a G.
No, but it's really no.
He's not either.
Sometimes we go, okay, we'll do
Yeah, we
it.
do so, yeah.
Again, there they go again. The Dutch and the Germans, they'll make it happen again.
Yeah, sometimes it's smarter.
Okay, that's, I mean,
That's even what I thought when my colleague I asked here, I don't know, head of sales France or something. But okay, it's in France, but business, I guess, from this area for France and so on.
Interacting too much.
I was more. Paul Morton was.
yes.
You know, there was a friend.
But I remember
Colleagues from Jakarta were going to.
Farida and.
Yeah.
Send me his candy out before the
Maybe even dinner already. Not the most charming. Maybe someone who's more with guys actually better people.
Standard, yeah. From companies, not from doing.
I have no idea. We had a participant. Yeah.
Company?
MDD from Switzerland. Yeah, pulmonary function. Yeah.
Are you here for the first one or for the ventilation one?
Diagnostic.
It's also diagnostic, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a split, Subi and Siren.
Exactly. The three. Yeah.
One not, but two were.
What about you?
Ventilators, thermal devices.
Philips.
Yeah.
But mainly for the next slot. Understood.
Versus and then basically straight to Q&A.
Quite a challenge, quite a
Challenge of the
organization to set up such a big project and be able to split it up, to manage it. This is huge.
Yeah, no, imagine how many people will call for that. And you have to compare, how do you compare the specs?
Exactly. And you're also not making it yourself easier because you got these vendor conferences, because you set out a line, this is the direction I'm going. You have the vendor conference, so the direction you can go. Vendor conference, that way. And in the background, people are just correcting and saying, okay, does it make sense? So it's
all the
half the tank. Wait.
Neither. It seems that
Selamat pagi, bonjour, and good morning. Before we start the meeting, I would like to inform for the participants joining us in virtually, please be noted to turn on your camera and mute your audio during the event to avoid any interruption. Now, let's begin. And good morning, bonjour, dan selamat pagi. His Excellency Mr. Muhammad Umar, Ambassador Indonesia to France, Monaco, and UNESCO. His Excellency Mr. Kunta Wibawa, Secretary General of the Indonesian Ministry of Health. Mr. Tommy Nansar, Lead Health Specialist for the World Bank Health and Action Program in Indonesia and Timor Leste. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Aswini, and it is my pleasure to be the Master of Ceremony today. A warm welcome to you all to this event, Indonesia Health Systems Strengthening Project Vendor Conference for Siren, SOFI, and Impulse components. This conference aims to provide a comprehensive information regarding the Indonesian government's plans for the procurement of medical equipment for the Siren, SOFI, and Impulse projects to international vendors. This conference is organized by the Ministry of Health of Indonesia and supported by the Embassy of Indonesia in Paris. Today's event will be divided into two sessions, namely, first, opening remarks and keynote speech, and second, presentation and discussion on the projects and the procurement. After the conference, a lunch will be provided at 12 p.m. and to 1 p.m. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, let us now begin the first session. Without further ado, I would like to invite Ambassador of Indonesia, Mr. Muhammad Umar, to deliver his opening remarks. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Kunta Wibawa, Secretary General of Ministry of Health of Indonesia, Mr. Somil Nagpal, the health specialist of the World Bank Health and Nutrition Program for Indonesia and Timor-Leste, distinguished guests, participants of the vendor conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy and delighted to welcome you to the Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia in Paris. As the representative of the government of Indonesia in France, the embassy is happy to support the Indonesian Ministry of Health in organizing this vendor conference. This is the first time for the embassy, actually, the kind of conference that we are organizing at the embassy. As you may be aware, the Indonesian government is undertaking a transformation, a transformative journey within the healthcare sector. The government is committed to enhance the healthcare services at all levels, from small clinics to national hospitals and public health laboratories and facilities across Indonesia. This major step is taken with the aim to increase the resilience of the healthcare system of Indonesia through an improved capacity of the human resources, the technology, the management, in ensuring comprehensive healthcare services to be accessible to all Indonesian citizens. And in this context, the government, one of the pillar that the government must take is to acquire quality amount and substantial amount of medical equipment. This procurement process involves both national and international channels, providers, engaging vendors from various countries to ensure competitive, open, and transparent process in order to achieve a seamless supply chain. Nevertheless, the substantial transformation requires also a large number of financial resources. And in this regard, we highly appreciate collaboration and provision of assistance from international donors, including the World Bank and other multilateral development banks. Their support in funding the procurement of medical equipment becomes a cornerstone for the success of our healthcare transformation. And today's vendor conference stands as a significant milestone in the procurement process, because through this conference, we will be able to provide a platform for transparent sharing of information. The crucial involvement and collaboration of the private sectors, including vendors and suppliers, are essential in addressing the demand for the necessary healthcare equipments. And collectively, we expect that we be able to close the gap between the needs or the necessity of the equipment, this equipment, and ensuring efficient supply. And just to conclude, let me just underline that the transformation of Indonesia's healthcare system is a collective journey that requires collaborative efforts, both finance and technology and transparent process that we expect will be succeed in improving or in supporting the transformation of Indonesian healthcare system as a whole. And with this commitment of our diplomatic mission as well, collaboration with the multilateral development banks, active participation of your companies, private sectors, and of course the strategic international connection, we believe that Indonesia will be able to achieve this healthcare system transformation for the benefit of all Indonesian people. I thank you very much, and I wish you all have a productive meeting. Thank you.
Ambassador, we are now going to listen to the keynote speech delivered by the Secretary General of the Indonesian Ministry of Health, Mr. Kunta Wibawa Dasanugraha. The floor is yours.
The Most Honorable Your Excellency Bapak Muhammad Umar, Indonesian Ambassador to France, Pak Somil, the World Bank team as MDP's representative, and maybe some line ministers and the participants and vendors. We know that right now, more than half of the world's countries are classified as middle income, meaning that their gross national income is below $12,500 per capita. And Indonesia is one of such countries with the GNI per capita is around $4,500 per capita. So we know that these countries try to have a dream to become high middle income countries. The important things like Omar said, it is we need to concentrate in education and health sector. So why right now we are reform our health sector to make our people become smart and productive and healthier. And we are in the transition to we have the demographic bonus right now, and the peak in the 2030. It means that our population of productive age reached its maximum. Indonesia is currently presented with this opportunity that we estimated that by 2030, almost 68% of the population of 205 million people will be of productive age. So this is our what is called we need to prepare this. If not, we are maybe not become high income countries. This is our opportunity to do it, because after the peak of the demographic bonus, it is expected that energy levels may decrease due to an aging population. This may expose Indonesia to significant financial and healthcare burdens. Therefore, it could be considered crucial for Indonesia to invest in healthcare to care for productive individuals and treat the sick. To address such growing burdens to our life and economy, Indonesia has has an health transformation agenda that largely focuses on primary health. So this is change our mindset actually. Usually we just concentrate in the curative, right now moving to promotive and preventive. And Indonesia has a health transformation agenda that largely, as I mentioned, promoting healthy lifestyle, expanding immunization, mandatory screening, and improving quality and access to primary health care. This is we try to do it, and we categorize this our reform into 6 pillars of health transformation. The first pillar is about the primary care transformation, and we try to strengthening primary care, especially in Indonesia. We call it Puskesmas, Posyandu, and Pustu. This is our to make people healthier and in this something like to screening and have a good quality in this condition. And then the second pillar is referral services transformation. We want to make sure people have the access to the hospital, especially in the area, and with diseases like cancer, stroke, heart attack, urology. This is urology, kidney, and picu-nicu. Picu-nicu is for mother and child. The third pillar is about the health resilience system transformation, because when the COVID happened, we realized that even though Indonesia have money, we cannot access the medical devices and pharmaceutical. So it's time for us to have a health resilience system to push our manufacture in Indonesia to do the medical device and everything. The fourth pillar is about the transformation, the health financing system. It is about universal health coverage to make our health coverage back to become a social insurance. Because right now still discussing about, even though Indonesia already have the social insurance, but the process and everything we need to improve until we go to the all Indonesian have a social insurance. The fifth pillar, important for us, for all our reform, is about the transformation of health human resources, because we have a lack of a doctor, lack of nurses and everything. Yeah? So we need to improving the quality, the distribution, and the number of health employers. Six is health technology transformation. Especially, we want to have a big database, especially to synergize our digital information, not only for hospital, but also in Puskesmas and laboratory, in pharmaceutical, and this is all the health services in Indonesia. So to concentrate in the transformation agenda, we are trying to significantly improve primary and referral healthcare, like I mentioned before, by first is revitalizing network of 300,000 Posyandu, 10,000 Puskesmas, and 514 city-level public health laboratories. Second, we want to expanding routine immunization from 11 to 14 antigens, incorporating like HV5 or cervix, EC5 and PCV and rotavirus vaccines to prevent cervical cancer, as well as decreasing infant mortality from pneumonia and diarrhea. The third is increasing screening of 14 priority diseases, accounting for the highest cause of death in its group in Indonesia. And fourth is improving maternal and child health through equipping primary care with essential equipment, including USG for maternal care and among others. And the last, in improving referral hospital services, especially for catastrophic diseases, like I mentioned before, such as cancer, heart disease, stroke, and uronephrology, also lack the necessary infrastructure, medical equipment, and skilled healthcare professionals to provide high quality care, which can really leading to overcrowding, long wait times, and inadequate treatments. So I think this is big job that we try to do it using help from the MDPs. So through a strong partnership with multilateral development banks, Indonesia could potentially accelerate the provision of health infrastructure. Private sector participation is invited to support the programs by providing the necessary medical equipment and consumable to fill capacity gap. With your support, it is believed that Indonesia's national health system can be improved. All health facilities at any level are capable of providing excellent health services. Yet I have now still a lack of this. So in this vendor conference right now, this is in the second in a series of international vendor conferences. Actually, in domestic, we already have a 3 vendor conference through here. Yeah. But right now, we're moving to international vendor conference. This is the second vendor conference. The first conference was held in Hong Kong a few days ago. And our intention is to provide international vendors with an opportunity to meet face-to-face, with which we believe will enhance the clarity of information delivery. In conclusion, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Indonesian ambassador and the Republic of Indonesia for the invaluable assistance in facilitating this activity, even in the short time, but it's very good support from us. And additionally, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the participants in this conference for the valuable contributions. We hope that this conference will not only serve as a platform for knowledge exchange, but also as a catalyst for building partnerships. This vendor conference is an important step in the ongoing procurement process. This is still a long way, but we try to do it. It is hoped that this partnership will have a positive impact on the quality health services in Indonesia. Thank you.
This session will discuss the overview of medical equipment projects and the procurement process. I would like to invite the head of the Goods and Service Procurement Bureau, Ms. Zulvia Dwi Kurnaini, to deliver the presentation. Ms. Zulvia, you may have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good morning, everyone. It's very nice to meet you, Highness, Sekjen, and everyone here. And of course, our participants who are joining in the virtually. I'm glad that we have 100 persons who are joining virtually, even like less than what we had before, because usually we have more than 500 joining. But I think because this is already the 5th vendor conference when we counted the local one, so I think they think, okay, it's almost like the same. Okay, but once again, I think as what have been mentioned by Pak Sekjen, that this is kind of our opportunity to meet all of you in person for the international vendors, kind of the give all of you equal treatment in our local as well. So once again, thank you for joining us in this very cold morning for us. So thank you so much, and for everyone who are joining in virtually. We also have national supplier from Indonesia who are joining virtually as well. Yes, we have many from the Indonesian. So can we go to the slide? Actually, the slide is not quite different from we have previously in Hong Kong, but we put couple things that raised in that meeting. So hopefully we still have another discussion, so we can get kind of feedback from all of you. So maybe a bit repetition of that, but so sorry about that one. But I think for Pak Dubes, this is the first time for you. Okay, so Okay, so can we just go to the next slide, please? Okay, so I will go with many kind of topic here about the project finance scheme, and then more detail on the key objective that actually already mentioned by Pak Sekjen as well, and the government procurement rules and so on, and maybe the most important thing about the key aspect on the proposed contract term. This is something that we need to talk about very detailed, because it's going to be give any impact. How can we exclude our procurement process? So just go to the next slide about the financing, the scheme. So that's already mentioned before that this project are funding by four MDBs, the World Bank, IIB, ADB, and then ISDB. So if you look at on the very left side, this is the number of the funding for each bank for the multi donors bank. So it's going to be divided into three components, the big three components. I know that you are already familiar with SIREN. So SIREN is talk about the improving capacity for the referral hospital, and then the funding come from World Bank, of course, and then the IB, and then for the ISDB, and then the value 1.8. So I will not explain one by one, but at least from this chart you will find that either SOPI and IMPAS, they also co-financing by many banks. So they're going to be the one who executed the payment or the funding for this project. So for the SOPI, for the PUS2, Puskesmas, for a very primary level for the health facilities, and the IMPAS for the laboratorium one. So for the next slide. So this talk about the key objective. So once again, the vendor conference is like a big opportunity for us to gather market feedback. So for the very beginning, from our side, we have a vendor conference to get any information from you, to get how is the supplier's capacity to fulfill our demand. And right now, we are coming to get more feedback from you. So this is kind of the big opportunity for MOAs who need a lot of feedback. So what we are doing right now in the term of the procurement can meet in the demand and then the suppliers as well. So next slide, and this is about the specific market to be analyzed. So we are not limited only one or two, but every level of the suppliers. Either you are manufacturer, suppliers, distributors, or either principal. You are all welcome to be invited in our program. So all of these components will be involved in our program. Hopefully, by using this program, that you can see in the below one that we talk about, I think more than 500, almost 600 hospitals that we are talking about right now. And then we talk about more than 10,000 Puskesmas. This is in the district level for the for the primary healthcare. And then when we talk about PUS2, more than 50,000. So when we talk about the laboratorium, very right side, I think there is more than almost 300, almost 300 for the laboratorium. All these facilities need to enhance with the medical equipment. So that's the important thing. So, and as we are all aware that all medical equipment will be distributed among Indonesian area. So the whole Indonesian level. So this is very challenging for us, especially when we talk about the national island that we are as, so like that our challenging to distribute all the medical devices up to the very end user. Okay, so the next one. So about the market sounding itself, can we go to the next slide? So as I said before, this is the 5th vendor conference. And then not only we ask you for the feedback, but from the beginning, we already share kind of the questionnaire. So this is the way how can we get the feedback. And then until up now, we got 3 questionnaires already that you have done. And then of course, we need to talk more detail in that because we still have some issue that to be discussed. And then all the information that we already heard before is already put in our website. So this is the link. Please keep remind this link for you because all the information can be accessed to this link of the website, our MOS website. So can we go to the next slide, please? So this is all the recorded feedback from you. So we put all the note, all the feedback that coming from you. So by all this feedback, we already put it in our bidding document. I think you already very familiar on our bidding document as well. So I know that you maybe already know exactly what is written in our bidding document. So can we go to the next slide? Yes, this is something about the procurement itself. So from the beginning, we said that as the funding come from the MDP, so of course, the regulation on the procurement will be following the World Bank and ISDB process. Even though there is some area that we can follow our national one, but basically for this project, we are following the bank regulation, the ISDB regulation as well. Next slide. So we also have kind of the procurement planning. That's something that we already shared to you as well. This procurement planning show you the packaging of our demand on the medical equipment, on the medical devices. I don't know whether all of you already downloaded, but we shown to you many times the procurement planning packaging. And in the procurement planning as well, we already mentioned what kind of the methodology that we will use to do the procurement for each of medical devices. Of course, the procurement planning also published in our MOH website, also in the MDBs. And for your attention, that this procurement planning is kind of living document. So it's going to be adjusted if it's needed. So we can adjust with the newest, with the updating condition as well. So in our procurement planning right now, it's going to be for upcoming 18 months, the planning for upcoming 18 months for the procurement. Okay, next please, for the publication of the procurement opportunities. Once again, we always put announcement in our website, not only MOH, but also from the MDBs as well as UNDP and others that are related with this project as well. So for the procurement notice, we will announce the kind of the SPN, the specific procurement notice, once we will start the procurement one by one for each equipment. So that's going to be the way we start the procurement. And maybe for the very closest one is for the CAT lab. For the CAT lab. Yes, so actually as already explained many times before that, for the procurement process itself, we will have kind of the international open bidding competitive. That is, of course, all the procurement document is already published in the MDB's website as well. Even UNDP as well is already published. So you can really check it out by yourself to look at the document for the procurement. And this is all the list for the MDB's external website, either for the World Bank, AIB, ADB, and then for ISDB. So it's our mistake for the previous one, when we had the international vendor in conference, we didn't put ADB and ISDB, so sorry about that one. So we just revised this one. So sorry, our colleague from the ISDB and ADB as well. So this is all the list that you can access by yourself to get the document for the procurement. And of course, in our MOS website, we also provide all this document. And then for the standard procurement and contract document, we are following the World Bank. And then for the national, we are World Bank and then ISDB. And then for the national, it may be used the national procurement as far as agreed by the bank. So this is kind of the methodology as well. So Okay, go to the next slide. I think this is something very common to do the bidding. We can use it by for bids, single stage or two envelopes. And for this project, especially, we are most likely doing for two states, two envelope. The first one for the technical specification and the second one for financial or for the prices. So we will do the two envelopes states for that one. And for the national competitive one, as I said before, that we may use the national procurement regulation. As well, it is possible for us to use our SPSE as well as we can use the e-catalog if it's appropriate or, of course, meet the requirement itself. So the next one for the eligibility. So everyone are invited. I mean, we don't intend it in very specific company, everyone, as long as you are not in the list that are sanctioned by the MDPs. Or even in Indonesian language, we call it as the blacklist, the one that do some, like one prestation or like misconduct the contract. So we just put it in the blacklist. So you are not allowed to go with this problem. So I think this is something in common. This is not really special about this one. Okay, so this is come to the very crucial discussion. Can we go to the next slide, please? About key evaluation and the qualification of the criteria. This is a very hot issue for couple vendor conference, the last 2 or 3 vendor conference. This is kind of the qualification criteria that the company or the bidder can join the bid if they meet the criteria. So the first one, the criteria about the financial capacity, because this is very big project that involves a lot of huge of money. So of course, we want that the supplier will have kind of enough capacity to do that. That's why for the average annual turnover, we are proposing 2 times of the value of the contract on average within the last 3 years, 2 times. So of course, this is something to be discussed to get your feedback and your input as well. Whether is it reasonable or not. And this is coming in our last questionnaire as well. And then when we talk about the experience, once again, this is involve the big number of volume of the medical devices. So as it's going to be a lot of medical devices that is put in our contract. So we need supplier, we need vendors who has capability to manage a lot of medical devices in every year. So that's why for the requirement for the experience is at least we put the minimum quantity that has to be by vendor conference for within the last 7 years. So we will put the minimum quantity that you already done in your contract within the last 7 years, yearly, annually. So, but not should be for the 7 years as a whole, but within 7 years. So it doesn't need that you have to set up since 7 years ago. Even you just set up your company 5 or 2 years ago, once you already meet the quantity minimum, so it's okay to join with the bidding. So that's the big rule on the qualification criteria. But of course, for the manufacturer, there are another requirement. That is for the manufacturer, you have at least 4 years for the goods similar method as well. So once again, this is something that we can discuss about, something that we need to have feedback. Okay, the next one. Okay, about the evaluation under bids under international open competitive as well. So we are using rated criteria, and I believe that all of you are aware with the methodology of rated criteria as well. Because when we are doing the evaluation with the rated criteria, it's going to be involve the quality, the risk mitigation, the opportunities to sustain all the medical aspect as well. So this is something that we really have to consider when we procure all the medical devices. And for this, the explanation on the rated criteria, you can access it in the link in the World Bank. So everything about rated criteria is there, is put there. So you can just check by yourself all the detailed one about the rated criteria. And we also have kind of the margin of domestic preference. And of course, there is some criteria that should be met as well before we apply the margin of domestic preference. And once again, we already put in our bidding document. And if there is some, we will explain very detailed in the next our bidding document for equipment that we think, we consider that it's going to be applied the domestic preference one. So I think some slides after this part, we will talk about the margin of the domestic preference itself. Can we go to the next slide? Yes. So because in the previous vendor conference in Hong Kong, there is a question about the margin domestic preference. So we just put all information here, but I think three slides talk about the margin of domestic preference. But in short, I can explain it to you that the margin domestic preference only apply when there is local production already in Indonesia for those equipment. So for the medical equipment, they are not produced yet in Indonesia, of course, we will not apply for domestic preference one. So it's gonna be linked to the medical equipment, not linked to the vendors. Okay? Only linked to the medical equipment that are produced locally already. If not, we will not apply the domestic preference. And in the implementation itself, it's going to be very detailed calculation because it's going to be divided into group A, group B. So it's really detailed about that one. So we just put all the information here. So can we go down a couple slides about that one? So this is something that we will not apply for CAT lab, MRI, CT scan, and other high technology one because we are not producing yet in local one. So this is the whole explanation on that because last time I promised to you that I will give you information in the domestic press. But once again, we can discuss more detail on that. So can we go down? This is very detailed one. So once we will have this equipment who have a domestic preference, we will put it in the bidding document. So everything will be put in the bidding document. Okay, can we go to the next slide about the key aspect of the project procurement? Okay, so this one. So about the step of the procurement. This is last time we talked about the pre-bid meeting. Actually, the pre-bid meeting is a last opportunity for us to have a discussion before we really submit the bidding. So in those pre-bid meeting event, we can have discussion. Even like you said, like, oh, it shouldn't be like that. It still have those opportunity. But once we close or we finish the pre-bid meeting, so there is no excuse to do the negotiation on the requirement itself. So this is something, please beware. After we launch the SPN, and then 2 weeks afterward, we will have the pre-bid meeting. This is a chance for all of you to have questions, to clarify about the bidding document for those kind of the medical equipment. So this is the timeline because you still have 15 days before the submission deadline. So this kind of the timeline. And we also have kind of the rule that alternative bids are not allowed to do this, but you can bid for all lot, but not many bidding in one lot. This is the basic rule, the simple one, how to explain it, the alternative bids. And you don't have to provide bid security, because we just want you to provide the bid security declaration. So this is to help you, to not giving you any burden, but still we are asking your commitment. Once you submit the bidding, please do not run away from that one, because once it's going to be applied the penalty from the bank. You will put in the sanction list from the bank. So you will not allow it to join to bid on every program under the bank project. So even though like only bidding security declaration, but the penalty is very hard. So please, this is our what you call it, our intention to make it more soft for you, to not giving you any burden on the financial one. So we also talk about the flexibility in the number of the volume. Maybe you already noticed in our procurement planning that this procurement for each equipment will involve hundreds of medical equipment. For example, when we talk about cath lab, we will procure 400. And about the MRI, and MRI not so many, but about CT scan, more than 300. So hundreds of the biggest equipment for the hospital. So of course, we are asking your, what you call it, pengertian, your understanding that we are going to be involving very local hospital, that sometimes maybe they are not ready to accept the equipment, or even like they are not ready to provide the room, for example. So sometimes we have to cancel our number, the quantity, for example, but hopefully we will not do that. That's why we still need to put 10% flexibility in the number, in the quantity. And we also already put it in our bidding document. Hopefully you already read it as well. So this is maybe different one to another medical equipment. So for example, when we say that we are going to procure about 400 cath labs, we are still have a range between the maximum about 40. We can go up or even go down. It really depends on the readiness of the hospital. We will talk about it later, about the readiness itself. So this is something that needs your understanding, but so far from our questionnaire, there is no problem about this one. And then for the currency, there is also many questions about that one. Actually, you are free to propose any currency to be mentioned in the contract. It's really up to you, and we will pay any currency that you propose. So that is a very key aspect in the bidding document itself. So can we go to the next slide, please? This is for the project procurement itself. This is also summarized by our questionnaire as well. Okay, about the procurement objective and principle. So when we did the market sounding and we analyzes the results of the questionnaire, we are demanding to you that the time for the delivery will be really depend on the site readiness for each hospital. So this is something that we need to concern about the timely completion, time to deliver the equipment. It should be matched with the readiness of the health facilities. And then, of course, the maximizing functionality still very important for us. So not only deliver the equipment, but it should be functionally optimized for that one. And of course, the sustainability investment and then so on. So this is really for the for the timeline, for the schedule. I don't know whether you are joined in our first vendor conference. At that time, we are planning to start our procurement in the mid of November, if you remember that one. But because we want to make it the process very smooth, so we need to talk more with all the suppliers. That's why we just delay our procurement process, but we hope we will have very smooth process for doing that. So also you aware in our procurement process, as I mentioned before, that we are geographically we are islands, national island. So we will divide it, the procurement, into lot by lot. So partly sometimes based on the area, or mid or eastern or western Indonesia, but sometimes based on the grouping of the medical equipment itself. So please just look at on the procurement planning. And then for the winner, for the contract, we only awarded one single winner for each contract or for each lot. So if you look at in the procurement planning, for example, for the CAT lab, we will have 4 lots. So it's going to be one winner for every lot. So it's going to be 4 winners for CAT lab. So every lot, every contract is going to be one winner. And we also mentioned about the flat pricing in our first questionnaire at that time. And 72% of the respondents agree with the plan that all the contract will be run for 4 or 5 years. For 4 years for the delivery for the Sihren. When we talk about Sihren, when we talk about Shopee and Impulse, it's going to be 5 years. So during those contracts, the price is not going to be rise or down. So flat rise. Sorry, flat price. Sorry about that. So it's going to be flat for the price. Even though the contract run for the 4 years and will be delivery annually, so the price is going to be the same. So there is no increasing on the price, no adjustment on the price. Okay, we go. This is something that's very important and very hot issue until now. Next one about the weighting system in the bid evaluation. Something that I say about the 2 envelopes or 2 stages, which one comprised of the technical specification evaluation and then the financial or price evaluation. So far, this is example for the CAT lab. I will remind you again that the weighting system will be different one to another medical devices. So for the CAT lab itself, we propose to you in our bidding document that the weight for the technical specification is 30%. And the weight for the price is about 70%. So I can explain it to you about why we put it 30% on the technical specification as a sample of the CAT lab. You know, like for the CAT lab, it's kind of the mature technology one. So what we are doing in our technical specification, something that we already said to you as well. Have you seen the technical specification? Yes. Okay. On those technical specifications, we already shared to you MRI and CAT lab. For the CAT lab, we have different color. We got green color, orange color, and then white one. Do you know what the difference? See, the green one is the mandatory one. Means if you don't have those criteria, you fail. Whatever the equipment, even though it is very sophisticated, but if you fail to meet the requirement in the green area, so it's going to be fail for the evaluation. And we put all the mandatory to keep the quality in the green one. And then another, we have the orange color. The orange is an opportunity to you to give information that you have different features. So for those orange cells, for those orange criteria, that's going to be score. Because the more features you have, the more advanced features you have, it's going to be scoring higher. So it's going to be calculated as 30%. That's why we put only 30% for the technical, because we already put the minimum, the quality, the all requirement mandatory in the green one. So the green one will be 0 for the score, because if you fail, just level. So there is no score for the green one. And for the price, we hope that we procure a lot of equipment. Of course, the big one, we are hoping that you will give us in a very efficient price. So that's why price will be awarded for 70% of the weight. And when first we drop our questionnaire in the first vendor conference, about 70% respondents are already familiar with the rated criteria. So this is actually not something new as well. It's very common to do. And then for the 58%, still in that the proposed fit vocabulary as well. So this is the way we got feedback. So I think we are very confident to do this the rated criteria. But once again, about the weight is still something that can be discussed. Okay. So can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, once again, this is something that as a sample of the CAT lab. So I already mentioned before actually about this is about the, basically this is something about the green one, and then the orange, and then the white one. So for something that you have the beyond mandatory requirement, the orange one, that's going to be give a score to that area. For example, for the IT requirements, for the telemedicine requirement, that's going to be on the orange part, that's going to be scoring the highest, the most advanced for that one, with the low price, of course, there's going to be higher score for that one. Okay, we go to the next one about the joint venture requirement. So this is something that also very hot issue in couple meeting before. As we know that this project will involve huge money, huge volume, and we are required to you to have some kind of the experience. That's why if you think that you are not capable to do it by yourself, so you can just join with other. So you can just have another partner, or we can call it as the joint venture. But this is not kind of joint venture that you have to establish the new entity. No, it doesn't need to establish new entity if you have the joint venture, kind of your agreement among of yourself. Before we only limited the number of the joint venture member, only maximum 2. But in our FGD, I don't know whether you join or not, there are some supplier asking maybe we can add another more. So I think it's okay to, yeah, Pak Somil, to make it maximum 3 of the member of the joint venture. So actually in our bidding document for the CAT lab, we mentioned in 2, but we considering we can make it maximum 3. Doesn't mean that you have to go with joint venture. Doesn't mean that you have to go with 3 members. So it's really up to your capacity, up to your capability. But still, we need to keep all of the members are actively give contribution. So that's why we need, even though we leave it to you to arrange by yourself, but we still need the minimum requirement for the lead, minimum 40% the share, and for the member minimum 25%. So this is we don't hope that there is kind of free rider to join in the bidding. So because we need responsibility for you if you got the contract as well. So this is something that we also have kind of feedback from the respondent, and actually at that time about 65% respondent agree that the maximum number is 2. That's why we put 2 in our bidding document. But the latest one, it seems that 2 is still not enough. That's why they propose 3. It's okay. So for us, it doesn't matter if we put it 2 or 3. So it's okay. Even like when about the lead partner should minimum meet the 40%. Also, more than 70% respondent agree with that. So actually, this is something in common as well to do that, to do the joint venture, to go with the bidding. And all the members, this is the last one, but this is very crucial, that all the members shall be jointly and severally liable to the execution of the contract. So there is no free rider on that. Everyone should have this contribution to execute the contract. Okay, next on, we will go to the proposed procurement and contracting mechanism. As I said before, when I talk about the site readiness criteria, so this is something that should be met before we deliver the equipment itself. So there are 4 criteria that should be met by the hospital before they receive the medical equipment. And this is something that you as supplier has to look at very detail on this one, because we cannot deliver the equipment before the room are ready, before the hospital are ready to provide the room which is matched to the equipment needs. And then human resource, we will not sending the cath lab if there is no doctor who are capable to do the cath lab, to the process itself. And then for the utilities one, so maybe this is something for us in Java Island or in the Western Indonesia, there's not going to be problem about the electricity. But when we go to the Eastern area, electricity is still going to be a problem. That's why this is something that need to be concerned before we send the equipment, especially the equipment that really need the electricity so much. So, and then when we talk about the medical equipment with the harmful effect, radiology, for example, we need to make sure that the hospital ready with the waste management. So all those 4 criteria should be met before the equipment delivered to every hospital. Especially, most likely, this is for hospital, not for Posyandu or maybe Pustu, because the type of the medical equipment itself. Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? This is when we talk about the medical equipment, our methodology to cost you is we are involving the cost of ownership approach that are including, so the whole package in that when you calculating the price as well. So we will send it yearly, annually, and it's going to be include transportation. So you have to consider about the area, the one that you will deliver the equipment itself, operation skill transfer or knowledge transfer as well, and then linking payment that I will explain it later. And of course, if the equipment needs consumable, software, and so on, also will be included in those parts. So about the commitment for the maintenance and repair, we are demanded for 5 years for the operational and maintenance, not only warranty but also the operation and maintenance. So 2 years uptime based payment, and then we will extend another 3 years to get the one. But you also consider the next coming 5 years. So we will provide the hospital 5 years warranty, but for their 2 years stand, you as the supplier have to consider, have to provide the cost. So that for the 6th year, for the year 6, we already know how much will be spent for the O&M for the second 5 years. So this will be included as well. Not include as the price for the 6 to 10 years, but you have to provide those kind of costs. Okay, so about the payment terms, yeah, this is we divided into 2 categories. The one is about the low technology equipment. Basically, this is equipment that do not need operational and maintenance. So maybe we just have the warranty, but they don't need operational and maintenance. So that's why these equipment are classified as the low technology. So for this for this type of the medical equipment, we will fully paid for you on acceptance. Once the equipment is received by the end user, so you are going to be fully paid for that. 100% fully paid. For the large equipment who needs operational maintenance for 5 years, for example, and we classify it as the high technology, we will give you another term of payment because it will involve 5 years warranty, 5 years services and operational maintenance. Something that we cannot hold on you if we can just pay all in the on the acceptance. That's why for this type of the medical equipment, we propose kind of the term of payment. The first one, once you go signing the contract, we will give you 10% advance payment of the value of contract. Advance payment. And then on the shipment, you know, like we will deliver 4 stages, first year, second, third, and the 4th year. So every you deliver the equipment, once you ship the equipment, you will getting paid about 25%. So you just need to provide the air bill. So you will get another 25%, 25%. Even like the equipment is not accepted by the hospital. But once you ship the equipment, you will get paid 25%. Once the equipment is installed and then tested and then ready to function or commissioning, you will have another 15%. By means you will have 50% once you install the equipment. See? And then for another 6 months, every 6 months, within 2 years, you will have each of it 12.5% every 6 months. It means by 2 years after you install the equipment, after the equipment getting a commission, the paid is done. Even though we still have 3 years warranty, but we pay you within 2 years. So for us to make us more confident, to make it us more, I'm not saying that we didn't trust you, but to make it more confident to have partnership with you, we will link it the performance of services with our next payment. So for example, for the second delivery, for the second year delivery, the payment, the 12.5. So we talk about 12.5. 50 is fixed. For the 12.5 will be linked with the performance of the service and maintenance performance from you. So once you perform very well, fulfill our contract, so you will get 12.5. But once you go like not going very well, so you will get penalty of that. We will talk about penalty later on, but this is something that we want to have relationship with you to make it you more commit to us to provide the services. Because sometimes based on our experience, service and maintenance is very, very expensive. Sometimes the price doesn't make any sense at all. But we have to do it that. So this is something that for both of us, we will have like one trust to another. So that's why we will link this payment with the next performance. So basically, this is the term of payment for the high technology equipment who need services and maintenance for the 5 years. Okay, we go to the next slide. This is that I already mentioned before that for the promotion of the specialty, of course, the staggered delivery will have maybe additional time to disadvantage the facility, but okay, we will just not discuss this one. But of course, the economic scale of vendors, of course, will give some impact on this one as well. Okay, this is another one about the term of condition, something about the warranty or guarantee from your side. So First, once you sign the contract, you will get 10% payment on in advance. But on the other way, on the same mutually, you have to provide the performance security, 10% of the contract. So this is something in common as well, because based on our regulation, Indonesia regulation, but I think it's quite the same as in any country. But the payment that is made by government should based on the performance. So that's why mutually, once we give you 10% advance payment, you also need to provide 10% of the performance security. So, but for those performance security, the 10% will not have the same value for the 4 years. So it's going to be deducted yearly equally with the value that you already delivered in each year. For example, when we talk about 1 million contract, for example, so that the 10% multiplied by the 1 million. But once you deliver about 500, so this 1 million will be 500. So 10% multiplied by 500 for the second one. So this value is going to be deducted with the value that you already deliver for each step, for each batch. First year, second year, third year, or 4 years. So basically on the 4th year, you will have no performance security that is kept by the government. So I think that's clear enough. Okay, so back to the warranty, as we said that the payment will be done 2 years after commissioning. So for the latest delivery that is going to be done in 2027, the final payment will be made in 2029. Isn't that right? So in the 2029, we will give you the final payment for the whole equipment. However, we still have another 3 years for the latest equipment that you send us in 2027. That's why at the end of 2029, we need you to provide 5% warranty for the remaining 3 years. 5% of the remaining value that we are not finished with the warranty. So this is another 5%, but still it's going to be started at the end 2029. Once you go final for the payment for the whole contract. This is also something that we can discuss, but if you agree, okay, we can just skip for the term of payment discussion. Okay, for the liquidated damage, of course, we will have another penalty for this one. And if it's going to be applied for the delays in delivery, 1 per meal per day, and it's going to be kept maximum under 10%. And on the other hand, from our side, from the MOH, if we pay you, if the payment delay, the payment delay more than 45%, we will pay you interest rate. We will pay you another penalty as well. So we are getting penalty as well if we delay to give to give the payment to you. And in the term of O&M phase, I said before that it's going to be linked with the performance for the payment of the 12.5. It's delay in the repairment or delayed maintenance, you're going to be fined by 0% per equipment value, not the whole contract, per equipment value that you are mistaken, misperformance for that one. And then will be increased to 0.3 of the equipment value per day. So it's going to be very detailed calculation and that, but the capping is about 25% of the total contract value. But hopefully it can not have it's not going to be happen like that. So we hope that you will provide the perfect services and operational maintenance. Okay, the last thing about the can you go to the next slide? About the technical assistance for the government, especially for the MOH and the probability assurance. So as this is a big project, not only for us in Ministry of Finance, in Ministry of Health, but also for Indonesian government. So we got some help, some support for the consultant to make it happen more proper, as well as we got probability assurance for for internal government. We got BPKP. This is the State Development Audit Agency. This is gonna be monitored by the BPKP. And then from the bank, they provide us the external independent probability assurance provider, EY. So this is to keep all the process meet the governance, all the process meet the standard of the procurement that is reliable, accountable, transparent. So meet our standard of the governance. So hopefully this project will be finished safe and sound. So there is no noise on that. So please, your understanding that it's going to be probability audit while we are doing the evaluation, for example, and even like we are doing right now, we got monitors by the provider assurance consultant for the EY. So everything is going to be monitored. Okay, last time about the timeline. This is something that is maybe very important for you. So this is for the CAT lab. For the CAT lab, we are planning to announce the bidding at the end of this January. But before we talk about the end of the January, maybe I need to share to you about the timeline, the bidding announcement atau SPN. Before we start the bidding submission or opening, you will have 30 business days. It means about 40 calendar days, 40 or 45 calendar days. So this is a very big opportunity for you to understand what is our bidding document. So that's why with submission, and then after that we will do evaluation and so on, about 98 calendar days. And as this project is funded by the MDBs and we are following their regulation as well, for each step we need to get approval. We need to get no objection letter from them. So that's going to be involved not only from the MDBs but also in our internal itself. We got our inspector of general, BPKP as well. So this is a bit long to do the evaluation. But of course, hopefully we will make it shorter to the evaluation, and for the notification of a contract, we will do it. And then after we give notification of the winner, and before you signing the contract, when you are not holding the nomor izin edar, the registered distribution number in Indonesia, you will have another chance to apply. That's why we give you 28 days. If you are not holding NEA, not holding our distribution registered number. But after you are awarded as the winner. So we give you the 28th, and we will, after once you sign the contract, of course, when we talk about CAT lab, maybe we need another 6 months to prepare everything. Not only prepare the hospital readiness, but also from the supplier, you need to prepare your equipment. So hopefully, it can be done less than 6 months. And the contract completion will be 5 years because we have a warranty up to 5 years. So for the next one, when we started in 21 of January, we launched the announcement, and the bidding submission will be opening in 15 March, and then we will do evaluate, and hopefully in the mid of June, and expected to be earlier as well, we will give you notification of the contract award. So hopefully by the end of June, we will sign the contract for the CAT lab. So the 6 months is very, very tough, very, very tight. So hopefully that's why we hope that for the CAT lab, less than 6 months. You can prepare less than 6 months. And as our contract is signing in the mid of June, in the mid of year, so the contract will be finished in the mid of 2029. So that is for the timeline. Okay, next one about the equipment list. I think, can I invite my colleague from KESMAS or from Yankes? Can you, what do you want to explain this one, Mas Faisal? This is Faisal from the Directorate General of Health Services. So please, Mas Faisal, time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Faisal, Director General Health Services. Health. So the aim for the project is to put the cardiovascular, neurology, cancer, and also urology and mother and child health. So the funding is from the World Bank. World Bank is funding for the cardiovascular, urology, and neurology and mother and child services. And for the cancer funding by the NIH. So this is the list of the needs of the medical equipment based on the for the cardiovascular, neurology, and also urology and mother and child services. This is from the
Okay, thank you, Mas Faisal. I hand over to Pak Haryadi from the health. Public health. So sorry, Kesmas.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning, everybody. My name is Haryadi from Public Health Management. Appointment for commitment making officer for Impulse and Shopee. Right now, we still discuss internal about where's the equipment pre-test district. We will send the equipment. We hope next month already and putting in the web to all of you. For Siren and Impulse, Shopee and Impulse, we actually for Shopee, we have supported from World Bank, IEP, ADB, and procurement will be conducted in the mechanism. As Ibu Anna mentioned about the Shopee product, Shopee is a very huge number of equipment, very big various of equipment, because for Shopee, we will send the equipment to the primary healthcare around 10,000 and the auxiliary primary healthcare around 80,000 and more than 300,000 in the integrated health post. There's some area will be very challenging because not every area in Indonesia like in Java or Sumatra, but in the rural area like Molucas, like Papua, Nusa Tenggara is challenging for the transportation. Because you will be special consideration about the project transportation, the equipment to the district or sub-district or primary healthcare center. This is a challenging in some area. So for the equipment, it's actually it's a very basic equipment in the primary healthcare. Ibu Ana mentioned as a low tech, but in Impulse is more easy because Impulse going to the laboratory, public laboratory in the district. We have around 514 district. So in a Shopee, almost all the equipment no need the maintenance, but the small equipment in the Shopee will be need to supporting for maintenance. But the Impulse project is need supporting. Maybe as Ibu Ana mentioned, we need supporting around 5 years to make sure the equipment will be used properly in the district. The list for Shopee and Impulse will be already put in the website, so you can see the list like a Shopee around 169 equipment. It's a very huge. And Impulse, for Impulse we divided for district, province, regional, and national referral for laboratory. There's a total around more than 200 equipment. So for Shopee and Impulse is a big number of equipment and very various equipment. But the challenging is still in Shopee because Shopee going to the sub district, so in some area will be difficult. I think that's input.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Haryadi. Thank you, Mas Faisal. So that's the list of the equipment for the Siren, Shopee, and Impulse. So once again, this is already put in our website, but somehow for the specification for the Shopee Impulse, we are still finalizing for the specification. That's why we haven't started for discussion on the spec for the Shopee and Impulse. So you can just look up of the type for the equipment. So it's more than 300 type of the equipment. So it's huge and yeah, quite challenging to deliver. So okay, can we go to the next one for the procurement planning packaging? So this is something that also we already said to you since our second vendor conference. So we still haven't got any changes on that on the procurement planning packaging. So still for the Siren, as the equipment is classified as the high tech, we put it as the term of payment is going to be the same as the cat lab. It's going to be quite the same, but we will see what's the detail one. So this for the cat lab, for example, we already shared to you the bidding document. We already shared to the technical specification. This is all the lot. So in Siren, we will divide it, the lot not only based on the area, but also based on the group itself. So you can look at more detail. Can we go to the next slide, please? This is, for example, for the number 7, package number 7, this is procurement of invasive cardiology equipment, only 101 unit, but we divide it into 7 lots because it's going to be different equipment, different type of the equipment that are classified into invasive cardiology. So you can also see on the second column from the right, this is the methodology, whether we will do it internationally or whether we can do it national one. But as I said to you before, for the Siren, most likely we do it internationally, but some of them we can still do it nationally. Even for the international competitive bidding, the national one can join the bidding, the national supplier. Or vice versa, either for the national bidding competitive, international vendor still can join the bidding. So basically, there is no difference for the bidder, potential bidder, either international or national, you can just join both of them. But the different mechanism, how we do it, the procurement. Okay, so I will not explain it one by one. Once again, we already put it in our website, and this is maybe many times I talk about this procurement planning. So this is something that we are looking at to do the procurement so far for the next upcoming 18 months. So maybe the quite challenging is in the SOFI, because the equipment, the various equipment is very large. I mean, and one type to another, it could be maybe in the similar group. That's why, for example, in the SOFI package number 3, you see the number about 35,000 units that is going to be divided into, is it 8 lot, or maybe we have another one in the next page? So you can see here, okay, 8 lot for the package number 3. So the lot not only by area, but also depend on the group, on the devices itself. But we just make it one big group, so it just want to make it you for all suppliers. And so as usually, if you have equipment in this surgery equipment, maybe you will have many type of surgery equipment. That's why we put it in one package. But once again, you are freely to choose which lot do you want to join, or even you want to join in every lot. But you cannot do alternative bid for each lot. Okay, we can go down. Okay, so for this SOPI, we have some, maybe most likely national open one, because this equipment is already locally produced. And then can we go to down to go next slide? Okay, up to the Impulse. The same as SOPI, Impulse still on progress to finalize the specification. So maybe hopefully on the February or March, we will provide you all detail about the SOPI and Impulse technical specification. So I think that's all that I can share to you for all the participants who are joining in person or who are joining virtually. So once again, so sorry if I do many repetition of the presentation slide, but I think this is something that I want to remind all of you what we have prepared, what we have proposed before, and still this is a big opportunity for us to do discussion, to have some discussion and to get some feedback. So before we have another discussion, maybe Pak Somil or other colleague from the MDBs who are joining virtually, do you want to add something? Please, Pak Somil.
Thank you, Bu Ana, Pak Kunka, Excellency, right now. Very happy to be able to host these international discussions, because I think the importance of having both discussions in Jakarta and internationally is very important. Bu Ana covered it very well. Bu Ana, though some things were repeated, there were also many new things that we have learned even from the previous VC and added, and that's what we hope to be able to keep doing. And I think the more information and clarity we can provide, the better and more efficient will be the bids and the bidding process, and that will help us ultimately for the Indonesian procurement. So I think we can, without delaying anything from my side, I'm sure our colleagues have a lot of questions, but I'll quickly check if Pa Budi, Pa Zaki, Pa Lander, or if there are any other colleagues from other MDBs who have something at this point.
Nothing to add from my side. Thank you.
Nothing to add, Pat. Thank you.
Talking, but we cannot hear the voice.
I think both said nothing to add, both Pa Budi and Pa Lander.
Oh, okay. But we cannot hear the voice.
You should turn on the volume now when they speak. So that there is no echo, we have actually turned off the speakers here.
Okay.
Colleagues online, if any other MDB colleagues as well. If not, we can give it back to Bu Ana.
Okay, thank you, Pak Sarjan. Okay. So this is time for us to have some discussion. So I will moderate discussion as well. So please feel free to have some feedback on what we have proposed before. Please, everyone from here, and then after that, I will give some opportunity for virtual one. Please, anyone? there any or everything is clear? Everyone looks very quiet.
I can kick it off. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Paris. A bit cold, but after Hong Kong. Maybe just a follow-up questions on the presentation on the maintenance contract that is due to start from year 6. What would be the payment terms on this one? Is it a lump sum, or is it an annual payment, or how would that work? This one?
No, actually for the year 6.
Yep.
No, you only need to provide the cost.
Okay, but I'm
It will be-
extrapolating, and how would that be paid? That cost?
It will be paid by the hospital itself.
Okay, by the hospital.
Maybe yearly, or maybe, I don't know whether they can make their own contract. But we need to provide the cost. So otherwise you will pay us, you will charge us huge value of the of the service. That's why we need you to provide the cost for year 6, 7 up to 10.
Okay,
But they will manage their own contract. Basically,
independent contract with the facilities. Okay.
yes, okay.
Okay.
Exactly.
that cost will be taken for bid evaluation.
Yes, will be taken into in the bidding document. I think in the bidding document there is kind of table that you need to provide all the information for the cost for the 6. If I'm not mistaken, like that, Pak Somil?
No, I think Juana already
Yeah.
said it clearly. So what we are doing is asking for the annual comprehensive repair and maintenance contract price. Now, they may choose to pay quarterly, they may choose to pay half yearly, they may choose to pay annually. So payment terms can be discussed, but the price has to be quoted upfront on what will be the cost for a full year of the same comprehensive repair, maintenance, including travel, on-site service that is being done for the first 5 years, for the next 5 years. But the price you would quote would be for the 6th year. You can provide further details on whether there will be a mechanism to adjust the price for future years. Otherwise, we'll do our own extrapolation, and this price will be factored in the financial evaluation now.
Okay. Okay, clear. Thank you.
Okay.
A follow-up question to that, so evaluation will be done on year 6 to 10. Does that mean that the contracting and the commitment at the point of award is also up to year 10?
The commitment to provide the services.
The awarding.
No, we cannot predict right now on that front whether it will be a centralized contract by MOH or individually by the hospitals, but we need to know the price to be able to get a total cost of operation.
So will the commitment, I understand that the transparency is needed, but would the commitment at signing an award be up until year 10?
No, 5.
No,
We provide for
about
the
after
same
5 years when they are contracting who,
No.
they'll contract annually.
But there is the award will be up to year 10, but it's a matter of who is contracting, correct?
The contract still 5 years. The contract is always 5 years for MOH, from MOH. For the next upcoming 5 years, 6 to 10, they will do their own contract. But as Pak mentioned, Pak Somil mentioned, but we haven't decided whether it's going to be centralized by MOH for the year 6 to 10, or even they do it by their own. But the price, the cost for the annual services should be already mentioned in our contract.
Yeah, that's no problem. But it's a commitment that there will be up until year 10, correct? It's a matter of who is contracting, either the individual hospital or the ministry, correct?
To put it differently, it's still at the option of the ministry and
It's
the
still
hospital.
at the option, so it's not a commitment at the award.
No. For the award, only 5 years. As we already mentioned in the timeline, the contract is only for 5 years. But you have to provide the cost for the next 5 years.
At the option of the ministry and the hospital.
At the option, so it's an option.
Your commitment, you have to commit the price.
I mean the option to sign.
Otherwise, you will just in a very expensive one.
Yeah, the commitment. No.
Yeah.
It's an option. Yeah, understood. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, but there is we still have kind of option whether we will centralize it after 5 years on the years, or even we just leave it to a referral hospital. So it's still optional, but at least you provide the not fixed, the cost for the second 5 years.
Understood. Thank you, Bu Ana. Thank you, Pak Somit.
Pak Somit, maybe Pak Budi, do you want to jump in to explain more about lender?
Yeah,
No?
if I may,
Okay.
if I may come in.
Please, Pak.
Yeah, if I may come in just to supplement that, in terms of the financial proposal, it will be based on the life cycle cost evaluation or total cost ownership. So the bidder is requested to provide the information about the list of spare parts need to be replaced, including the cost for the 10 years period of operation, consumable cost per year, and any other costs incurred during the operational support and maintenance period. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Budi. Pak Lender? Okay.
Nothing else from my side, Bu Ana. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Is that any other following question about this one? Otherwise, we can go to another. Okay, please.
The comprehensive service contract from 6 to 10 years, that price, is that included in the 70% of price rating? Does that mean?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes. So it will motivate you to give us very better price.
I mean,
and give.
There is no problem in giving a
Yes.
good price. In this case, after 5 years, if the MOH decides, okay, we are not going to take the contract for the next 6 years, I mean, it's next 5 years.
But if the life, if the life of the equipment is more than 5 years, of course they will need it, and they cannot change with other brand of the.
No.
That's why we still need it, of course, because the life of the good is more than 5 years, and hopefully more than 10 years.
Which is the basis of my original
Yeah.
question
Yeah.
here. That if it is going to be considered and evaluated financially,
Okay.
but the commitment from the hospital or MOH is optional, there is a little bit of a gap. But we will still
There is a
commit,
gap.
right? Just because since this is a market sounding discussion,
Okay.
that yes, Bu Ana, I understand where you're coming from when you say if the first 5 years is done, then we still have to secure the performance in order to deliver good quality of services to patients. Then I think it works both ways, and if I would say it works both ways. That we will commit as well.
Yeah.
No, I think we all have to understand that there are 400 subnational governments involved here, and we cannot.
500 actually, Pak. 500.
No, Cath Lab 400.
Cath Lab. Oh yeah, Cath Lab 400 equipment.
So each equipment, we cannot guarantee on their behalf today whether they will take the contract or not. Maybe 90% will take it, maybe 8% will take it, maybe 20% will take it. So cannot be something that MOH can do unless the MOH decides to pay.
For the 10 years Pak Sekjen, it's really up to Pak Sekjen.
So even that could be a decision that MOH could take by the 5th year, and it could be paid from any residual proceeds in the project. But that is a commitment we cannot make at this point. We need a confirmed quote from the vendors, and in all likelihood, the local governments would need it. Repairs costs and maintenance costs only go up after the first 5 years. As a equipment, as in the need goes up, right? So they need to have, even as the equipment gets older, these needs will only will be there. So they need that ability to have a confirmed price, but we cannot commit on their behalf.
Yeah. That's why we just signed contract for the 5 years, and then.
Understood.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just to make sure we are crystal clear, you mentioned that there could be an adjustment to this price, right? So the rest is fixed, but here there could be an adjustment.
So we are asking to quote the 6th year price, Bu Ana.
Six.
So
Even the quote for the services O&M, but the price the described price is for the equipment part for the 5 years contract.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
described price.
Okay.
For the next 5
For the
years.
next, we of course there is inflation. There's of course that you can calculate in the when you are providing the cost for the annually for the year 6 up to the 10.
Okay.
This is something that we also want you to give us the good cost as well. Otherwise, you will just more higher than that. See?
Maybe I can.
Yeah. This is what
It's-
based on our
we
experience.
want to
Okay, yeah,
have the
yeah.
best for
Yes,
patients
yes.
as well. At the end of the
Okay,
day, we understand the mission.
Yeah,
of
yeah.
menstrual health. We want to be able to support as
Okay,
well.
so maybe another thing, if you have another proposal, for example, to make you to kind of give you a sign that government commit to that. If you have another proposal for the year 6 to up 10, it's you can just send us any feedback or any written proposal, so we can just thinking about that one. But I'm not saying that we will say yes for your, but at least we try to understand what is in your position as the supplier. If you have to provide the cost for the upcoming 5 years, but no one commit to do that. Is that's the question from the side. So I think that's good to have some kind of note on that, yeah, Pak Somil, yeah. So yeah.
Thank you, Bu Ana. Thank you.
Is that for this one, or maybe anyone, or maybe I can just over it to the virtually. Anyone from the virtual? Do you have any feedback, question, or comment on this one? Not only Cat Lab. We are freely talking about everything, not only about Cat Lab. Is anyone from the virtual? Can you hear my voice? Okay. Can you show me the participants? So if there is someone raise the hand, I can see the participant list. Huh? Oh, okay. Okay then. Okay. Just.
Just another question. It's related to the liquidated damages
Okay.
that were mentioned earlier. It was mentioned for liquid damages, you have the 10%, and for the penalties during the OAM phase is at 25%. As far as I recall, there's a bit of apparently a mismatch between the values or the numbers there, because if not mistaken, in the GCC 27.1 it was mentioned that liquid damages at 10%, but later on in 2 it was mentioned as 25%.
Okay.
Can you please clarify
Yeah.
this? And also the related question is, like 25% of the total contract value as a penalty is extremely high, of course.
Okay.
Maybe also clarify a bit on that point, if you may.
Yeah. Okay. Pak Somil, you are raising.
Sure.
He really want to explain about it.
So I can start and probably can come in. So there are two stages at which the liquidated damages are separately calculated and capped. The first is until the commissioning. That part is capped at 10% of the contract value. That is levied at 1 per mil for each day of delay for each site. And that is capped at 10% of the contract value. Once this stage is completed, then we go into the O&M phase for each equipment, where there are two rates. For the for after 5 days, from the 6th day to the 15th day is 1 per mil, and from the 16th day it is 3 per mil, 0.3%. That part is capped at 25% of the contract value of the overall contract, not for that particular machine. So the capping is at the level of the overall contract.
So it's like one's getting install, commissioning, and O&M the rest. Okay. Thank you,
But
Pak.
if may I add one question to that related? The cap is one, and I think I understand that. Thank you. The other question that we had was, what exactly is the value of the I beg your pardon? Of?
Yeah, every value
Every
of the
day
month.
of the delay or like that. Because in the documents, there's indeed a certain mismatch, I believe. Sometimes you make reference to 0.1% of equipment price, which is delayed, which I find totally reasonable. Yeah. And sometimes you say it's 0.1% of the overall total contract price. There's a certain mismatch, number one, yeah, because at least we were unable to understand why is it once like this and once like this. And if you make a reference to the total contract price, and if you think of Cat Labs, yeah, then indeed, I think we come to ranges that are simply not reasonable, to be honest, for each day of a delay. Yeah, if you calculate 1% of the total Cat Lab value, then each day of a delay would cost us more than the Cat Lab is worth. Yeah. So
1 per mil.
No, I think with the calculation difference is the contract value for that equipment versus the overall contract value for the lot.
Exactly.
So the 1 per mil and 3 per mil is the contract value for the equipment concerned.
Yeah.
And we can clarify wherever you think it's not clear, you could let us know the clause number and we can clarify further. So Pabudi can also add. But this 1 per mil and 3 per mil, both at the O&M stage, both at the commissioning stage as well as the O&M stage, is for the contract value of that equipment. You are quoting a price per equipment, right? So X dollars is the price per equipment.
Yeah.
So it is applicable to the concerned equipment only.
Yeah.
The capping on the other hand,
The capping
is at the level of the overall lot contract.
I think it would be good to have that in writing to have
Yeah,
clarification.
yeah. We are all in sync, and 27.2 contract value is not with capital letter, so that's what we saw, that it was at the equipment level, but would be good to.
We will clarify that. So it's a contract value of the equipment concerned versus overall contract value for the lot. Pabudi, do you want to come in, please? Okay.
Thank you for reminding. We will check the.
If there's any inconsistency, just refer the para numbers in your FAQ, in your portal questions, please, as well.
Perfect.
Pak Budi?
Yeah, I think Pak Somil already covered about the penalty. So basically, there are two types of the penalty. First is liquidated damage. This is related to the delay of delivery of the equipment, whereby the penalty is 1 per mil per day of the delay goods, and then the maximum of the liquidated damage is 10% of the total contract price. While for the operation and maintenance, we use the terminology of the penalty. This is to distinguish with the earlier liquidated damage. So there is the specific percentage as well, whereby the maximum penalty during the O&M is 25% of the total contract price. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the explanation, but still, once again, we will check it in the document. Okay, we will come back you later. Hopefully, in the next panel conference, if we find any mistake on that part, we will revise it and we will put it in our next international fund on 18. If that way, you can join virtually or in person. Let me check that. Let us check for that. Thank you. Okay, from the virtual, is there any participant who want to give any feedback or comment? Ada nggak Mas Faisal? Any chat? Not yet. Okay. Okay, back here, please.
One question from my side. So
Okay.
I refer to the LPSE website with the latest answers. Anna
Yep.
Somil. There was a point 33 that talks about financing from third party is not accepted or acceptable.
Third party?
Yeah. May I clarify what that exactly means?
I think this is for the attainment of
TF, yeah.
ATO, maybe.
Can we go to the link?
The LPSE website.
yeah,
There
yeah,
is
yeah,
now
the
like
link.
30 over answers, which
Yeah,
MOE
the
keeps
link,
updating.
the
You
link,
can
the
see the
link.
answer.
Yeah, yeah. Mas Faisal, can you check the link, Mas, about the Q&R? Because I cannot remember. But I think the third party means outside of the member that are maybe
We
joining
cannot-
the TV.
yeah, maybe let's see
yeah,
first, so.
let's see.
Pabudi, if you have it open,
Or maybe Mas Taufik, can you help us to open the link Q&A, Mas Taufik, in Jakarta, please? Can you
Yes,
check
Bu.
Yeah, please. Go to the number 33.
33.
Okay.
Point number 33. What does that exactly mean? Can we clarify, please?
I think we can maybe give a more detailed answer. This is in the relation of the
Joint
requirements
venture.
for capacity. So you cannot have, we cannot count the capacity of a body that is not a joint venture member. This cannot get
Okay.
turnover, capacity. It is not that you cannot do third-party financing for your
Yeah.
for your internal operations.
Because
Because at that time, we limit the number of joint venture about 2, yeah.
Yes, Bu, and
Please,
like
Pabudi.
outside of the joint venture, we will not count the capacity. So we only count
As-
either the sole bidder or the joint venture must itself meet the capacity
Yeah.
requirements and not count on a letter of support from a third.
Right, so that's an entity requirement, right? That's a bidding
It's
entity
related to
requirement.
the
Because
JV.
the way it's sort of written right
No, no,
now,
I-
it says
I-
financing
I
from
can
a third
appreciate.
party. Yeah,
Okay.
so but all entities have our own ways of financing, so it's
Yeah. Actually, a party that are related in the joint venture that want to join as a.
Related to the capacity. Taufik, maybe we need to modify this answer based on today's feedback. If you could already note on this answer being updated for clarity.
Thank you.
And then we can provide from the MOH side a clarified answer.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
something related with joint venture.
And maybe one more question from Ibu Ana earlier. You mentioned that from the slides, right, there is the financial capacity of the 2 times turnover.
Yes.
Of the lot size. This is also our understanding in the first vendor conference.
Yes.
In recent RFB documents that have been released, there is no longer a mention of 2 times turnover, but there is a whole US dollar amount for AATO that has been mentioned. Can we clarify that?
Yes, I can remember that one. For example, for the first lot, it's mentioned about 96 billion. Yes, because I already calculated the value of the
lot
size on the contract number 1. So we can just multiply it.
So
maybe you can check the bidding document. Yes, Pak Somil. I think that's why we also have 96 and something about lot 3.
Correct.
1.6.
Correct.
So
correct.
we already calculate in that term. So this is something that so far we want you to get feedback. So we just multiply 2 times the value-added contract that is in the procurement planning. We already put the value for each and we just for each lot, and then we just multiply by 2. And you need to meet the turnover 2 times of the contract on average for the 3 years. So this is something to talk about as well, Pak, about is it 2 times or even you want 3 times?
Well, 3 times, which is fine, Ibu Ana.
Okay,
so it's actually the same thing.
Yes, the
when
same
you say
thing,
you just translated into a definite US dollar amount for us to understand.
For each lot, to be clear on the evaluation.
For every lot, right? But the philosophy is that
They're
2
same.
times the
Yes,
turnover
yes.
for every lot.
Because many people are getting misunderstood with this one, so we just want to make it clear. But which one is easier for you or to understand? It's really
it's the same meaning.
it's
It's the same meaning.
Maybe, Buana, what we can do is we can say 2 times turnover, and for these lots, it is calculated at this number. So we keep the 2 times, and we also give the exact number. Maybe that can help.
Sure. Actually, in our bidding document itself, we already put the value of each lot in our bidding document. We put the value of each lot. We put the area that is going to be distributed in which hospital. So it's very detailed on that bidding document. But I think we can just consider another explanation on that one.
Thank you, Ibu Ana.
Doesn't make any confusion on that.
Thank you, Ibu Ana. Thank you.
So this is something that okay. So 2 times is okay. Okay. Okay, because from our last polling as well, we have no rejection on that one. So I think we can go with this option. Okay, thank you.
May I ask another question related to the joint venture setup?
Yeah, joint venture is quite.
No, and I'm saying it the way I just received from the colleagues that are also online. And the question is, can an offshore entity, parent affiliate, and an onshore entity, being the subsidiary, form a JV, and can they jointly as a single, or can they bid jointly as a single bidder? Will it be sufficient for such related entities to sign a JV agreement to participate together?
Yes, I think so, because the entity actually, you can just join with your own agreement with your partner, and you don't have to establish the new entity. You don't have to with that.
No, just to clarify, they're asking for the same company. So it's Philips headquarter versus Philips
Indonesia, for example.
Yes.
But do we then need to have, we've got, for example, we split up the activities. One will be providing, for example, the equipment. The other party will, for example, be doing the services, for example. Can we still then have two, let's say, 2 bids, one, let's say, for the equipment, one for but still the same company as such, being Philips? Can we do that?
Few things to clarify. Only one bid per lot. So it's not that Philips
Indonesia can have another bid separated from you because a COI clause will apply.
We will incorporate this
Yeah.
one.
Corporate,
Yeah.
but only one bid.
Incorporate, but
Just to make sure that that part is clear. So even whether as Philips Indonesia and HQ or as Philips HQ or as Philips Indonesia, one bid per lot, because parties acting in consortium and having a stake in each other cannot have separate bids. So first thing to clarify, even if they're separate legal entities. So that's the first part. Now, it's up to you how you want to structure it. You want the headquarter company to bid, you want the in-country entity to bid, you want to do it as a joint venture, all options are possible, as long as you meet the qualification criteria, which I'm assuming is why you're doing the joint venture, that the national entity may not have the qualification criteria, so you combine. How you divide up the responsibilities is an internal matter. But what is very important is that the entities are jointly and severally responsible. So the responsibility of executing the whole contract ultimately, even if one of the parties drops out, will remain. Will remain. So how you internally manage, who does distribution and logistics, who does the manufacturing, who does the transportation, is an internal issue for the joint venture. What Bu Anna will need, as per the bid documents, is the agreement of the conditions of the joint venture that confirms the jointly and severally liable part. And of course, the details of how you will run the show, but those details are internal to you. Those that do not matter for her bid evaluation. Pabudi, I'm something, so please come in.
Yeah, I think in addition to the provision of one bidder, one bid, the bidder also might aware about the eligibility requirement related to the potential conflict of interest. For example, that the bidder shall not have conflict of interest if there is a relationship with another bidder, or could influence in terms of submitting the bids for one package or one lot. I think it is stipulated clearly in the instruction to bidder clause 4.2 and 4.3. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
There's one hand raised.
Yeah, that's why I'm just looking in the chat, and I think the question is quite the same about the joint venture as well. So based on this, from the PT Dragar, do you want to
Yes.
escape, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so we similar going along that on that line, similar question. We just want to double check. So there could be a project with 3 lots. And can we have a joint venture in one lot and then maybe go direct or with another joint venture in another lot? That's separate, right? Or you consider that we cannot have different joint ventures within one project?
Okay.
Like
yes,
the Cath Lab
and,
has 3 lots, right?
for the Cath Lab, we have 4 lots.
Right, 4 lots. So
Yes.
can we only join as one joint venture, or can we have one joint venture for one lot and then different joint venture, different group of people in the second lot?
Okay, you can, if you have the joint venture, you can have a bid for every lot, but you
Okay.
cannot have more than one bid for one lot.
Right.
So you
So it's
only
by
bid
the
one.
lots. It's not by the
Yes.
project.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but you can bid in all lot. Even like you do it in joint venture, for example, you do it in joint venture for lot 1, but you want to do it by your own in lot 2, it's up to you. As far as you meet the requirement, but you're free to bid for all lots.
Yeah, because we were just worried about the conflict of interest that we have different configurations, but when you conflict of interest is only per bid, per lot.
The challenge is, would your joint venture partner from the first lot have a separate bid for the second lot? In that case, there could be a challenge, because in that case, that joint venture partner is basically, you are a joint venture in one lot, and then in another lot you are 2 separate entities bidding. So maybe Pabudi can come here if the COI challenge could come. If you're a joint venture in the first lot and your partner in the first lot is not bidding at all in the second lot, I think that's clear. But if your partner is bidding with another joint venture entity, then there's a link between you from the first lot, and that creates a COI situation. But
Okay, that's clear to us.
you can so we have to look at eligibility, jointly and several liability, and the COI paths, because you should be at arm's length, and who's bidding for the second lot will be important, because you already have a connection with the first bidder from the first lot. So then it can be seen that there is a chance to influence two separate bids in the second lot. Pabudi?
Yeah, a bidder may submit the bids for, in case of the package comprised of the several or multiple lot, then the bidder may submit the bids for one lot or more than one lot. And they can join with any firm if they wish to join for one lot, and join with different firm for the second lot. What it cannot do is, for example, firm A, they submit the bids for lot 1, but in addition to that, the firm A also join with other firm and submit for lot 1. So in this case, it is not comply with one bidder, one bid. But the firm can join with different firm in the form of the joint venture and submit in different lot. But the bidder need to comply with the one bidder, one bid, and also the potential conflict of interest for each lot.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think for the case of the joint venture, because we have so many questions about this one, and some case may be different with another one. So if you have specific case on the joint venture question, please just put in the Q&A part, and then we will try to give you some answer based on the very specific case, because many have the different scenario for the joint venture. So I think that's the better idea, and then we will put all the scenarios. So this case is okay, that case is not. This is so. We cannot answer one by one because it's very different. So please.
But could I still ask one general question regarding consortium?
Yes.
Joint venture. Again, we would probably have the similar setup in terms of teaming up between headquarter and our local entity. We would not call this a joint venture, but a consortium. Yeah, so that's the phrase we would use. A question though, if we do that, and if we fulfill all the criteria that you have mentioned, then our understanding is we still would be in a position to, regarding contract price, allow every consortium partner to invoice by itself, right? So the one legal entity, for example, doing the offshore equipment part, would be able to invoice that separately by itself in a certain currency, and the other onshore and the consortium partner would invoice the other part by itself in a different currency and for its scope. No?
The entity will give one invoice, but the invoice can be in different currencies and can go to different bank accounts for each currency. So for example, if you need 63% of the money in euros, 22% of the money in US dollars, and the balance in Indonesian rupiah, it's allowed. But you as a joint venture entity will tell that I want it in this particular proportion, and that percentage of the invoice in that proportion will be transferred to the accounts that you specify, where the euro money should go, where the dollar money should go, where the IDR money should go.
But the invoice only only one from its joint venture.
For us, it's one bidder.
One bidder. For us,
but in reality, it's not, and that's the problem. It is two bidders. We do have
you do have consortium. When you talk about a joint venture, it is one legal entity. But when it is a consortium, it is ultimately two different companies.
Two companies signing one contract, no? With you.
Yeah, but still, as we consider it as the joint venture, even like you have the different company.
We are not requiring you to register a JV entity, but that doesn't mean that we will deal with multiple entities. For us, it's one entity.
It's one bidder.
It's one bidder.
Basically, how you organize it internally.
You can organize internally on how to share your money.
It's really up to you.
You can tell which accounts to send the money to, but internally you'll have to figure out how to distribute the money.
And we can also put separate names of the entities then on the top of the bank accounts. Because if we send different bank accounts, probably there will be
Yes,
They're different account,
that's
yes,
okay,
yes,
different,
different
because anyway, the joint bidder doesn't have an entity in that name, we're not asking you to
Exactly.
register.
Yeah.
Pabudi, we don't have a requirement that the bank account should be in a particular name, right?
Yeah, actually, in case of the joint venture, the GV shall nominate a representative who shall have the authority to conduct all business for and on behalf of the all member of the GV. And the specific bank account need also to be specified in the contract on where the payment will be made by the Minister of Health will receive by the specific bank account nominated by the GV.
Which can be a different bank account for each currency, right, Pabudi?
Yes, depends on the currency of the contract amount. If the contract amount comprise of multiple currency, then the GV can specify multiple bank account.
Normally, it's one account per currency, so that's
But you can propose to
three currencies.
three currency. The maximum, I think, three. Yeah, Pak Budi, the maximum.
Three plus domestic.
Three plus domestic. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but and that's, I'm sorry, follow last point. That's why you also require this power of attorney, right? Because in your thinking, is it then one company that is your contact person?
Yeah.
That
The
one company is then acting also on behalf of the other joint venture and consortium partner.
Yes. So without incorporating as an entity, the executive director or the topmost leader of each company has physically signed the power of attorney to name the person who will then transact with the ministry. So each of the partners is delegating, but
To
it
that
is to
person.
us, it's one entity bidding.
Mhm.
So we have made it easier to not have to register in Indonesia, or not to have to create a new legal entity, but this is how it is to be managed.
And the appointed person or entity in this case is up to the consortium's discretion to name and appoint, right? With no requirements, right? So long there is a clear appointment letter with a POA, that is fine. Thank you.
The liability remains with the original companies and
sure.
the original people who gave the power of attorney.
Question, if you are a subsidiary and you want to bid, are you allowed to use the financials of the parent company?
Subsidiary.
I think you
the
need to
financial.
If you are an entity, for example.
The subsidiary will not, as a separate legal entity, not meet the requirements by itself.
They will ask for the partner.
The subsidiary will not meet the requirements by itself.
Good. No, they
Then you will
the
need,
parent.
then you will need the parent to come in
Yeah.
as a JV partner, but let Pabudi confirm.
Chairman.
Pabudi,
Yeah, in case of the subsidiary, submit the bid as the sole bidder without having joint venture with the holding company. So the financial statement of the holding company cannot be considered during the evaluation unless the holding company form as a joint venture along with the subsidiary. Because in case of the joint venture, it shall be jointly and severally liable for the entire of the execution of the contract.
Okay. I see from the Pak Yuda from the G Healthcare. Pak Yuda, please.
Hi, Buana. Hi, Pak Samil. Hi, everyone. Just a quick question regarding that currency. So the bidder is allowed to bid in different currency, right? So bid in USD or Euro or IDR, for example. However, there is also this local regulation by the Central Bank of Indonesia that all in-country transaction has to be in local currency or in Indonesian rupiah. So regarding this restriction, I mean, like if this restriction is limited to this transaction only, is there a way where we can request Ministry of Health or World Bank to work with Ministry of Finance to facilitate this process?
Yang kewajiban bayar rupiah di Indonesia. Itu
Betul, Bu. Itu, Bu. Concernnya sih.
ya, ya. Let me double check Pak Yuda because dari GE Healthcare. Yeah, we know that we have this kind of obligation to pay in rupiah, but I think for this project, I think we have this to pay in the proposed currency. Is it? I'm not mistaken, but Let me check with Bu Linda, yeah. Let me check Pak Yuda, but
Sure,
we will
sure,
take
Bu Ana, please take your
that.
time.
Yeah, we
Thank
will
you,
come
Bu.
the question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
It's also our understanding
yeah.
that since for a few years now that rupiah amounts transaction needs.
Yeah, from the banks. But I think for this project we got like the. Okay, we will double check for that. I think if Bu Linda here, or maybe our colleague from the MOS from the Roren. Anyone joining? Oh, okay, then I think we will give you on the next vendor conference. Yeah.
Maybe together with the
Yes.
tax exemption.
Okay.
Together, that would be nice.
Yeah. Okay, because someone mentioned about the tax exemption. Actually, based on our regulation, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Minister of Finance decree number 25, 2001. It's clearly mentioned that all expenditure or expenses that are using from the loan or grant, it's going to be the tax going to be paid by the government. The term is tax paid by the government. Tax paid by the government. By means, all are free from the tax and from the duty import for the custom clearers. But how can we do it? I think, as I said to Pak Somil, I think we need to have special event with our colleague from the Ministry of Finance, with Digitax and the DG Custom, to give more explanation on that. How can we get that? Because because it's very detailed one. I cannot answer all the detailed ones. Even like the highest rank in the Digitex also cannot answer the very technical one. So I think in one vendor conference we will invite our colleague, or maybe Pak Sekjen, do you want to add something? I think it's very technical, but for all this one, so for this the price, maybe it's clear if you mention the tax. Sorry, the price before tax.
Net of taxes.
Not net of taxes. But how can we get those tax paid by the government? It's going to be another explanation on that. Yeah. Okay. Section. Yeah. Okay. So that's also because technically there is something that the taxpayer only need to go to the Digitax and that gets them, that's free. But I don't know how that's going to be administratively. So I think it's better that we invite from the Digitex and DG Custom to give some explanation on that.
Well, Anna, sorry, you mentioned the decrease from 2001.
Yes.
Which
Decree
number?
25.
25.
25.
Thank you.
Yeah. PMK. Yeah.
PMK. Yeah.
PMK 25.
Thank you.
Yes, sure. Yeah, because it's very technical. I cannot answer the detailed one.
And talking about the payments, you mentioned a couple of times that milestone payments would be paid by the MOH, but in the RFB, in section 1, it's mentioned that it would be paid by the bank being defined as the World Bank, and so who's going to pay the milestone payments? Which part?
I think that's
All payments are made
MOH.
at the authorization of the MOH. It will flow from our account directly to the vendor's account.
Okay.
But based on the authorization of the MOH, it is the MOH paying, but we are the agencies, so we
Just
pay
transfer the
directly.
money from
Yeah,
the
so we do not put the money of the project first with MOH and then MOH makes a payment to make it easier and to make the foreign currency transaction possible, because we are able to pay in multiple currencies without any exchange rate costs. All the money for efficiency will directly be paid to the vendors based on MOH authorization.
Thank you.
Yes. Peraturan, sorry, not PMK, peraturan pemerintah. Government Decree, PP number 25.
PP.
Yeah, peraturan pemerintah. Government Decree number 25, 2001.
Thank you, Bu Ana.
Sure, sorry.
No problem.
Maybe one question on the bidding form. So in the current bidding form, I'm just talking about the cath lab. So you have a section where we need to quote the prices for the imported part of equipments. We need to quote for the price for, let's say, if you are buying anything locally within Indonesia, as well as there is a section for quoting the price for all related surveys, which can be even turnkey constructions and whatever is included. And how you if this will remain the same, and if so, then how are you calculating the total cost of ownership? Like, is it a total summation, just a summation of the whole tree, or?
I think that's all total tree. So no, sorry, because there is different treatment from the good that's already in Indonesia and the good that's still abroad. Yeah. So there's going to be some different on calculation on that. So that's going to be the calculation of each group is going to be different. That's why we have group A, group C, and group D, if I'm not mistaken. Is that Pak Budi? Can you jump in from this one, Pak, because it's very
But
detailed
not
one. Yeah.
applicable to cath lab, so.
Okay, Pak Budi, did you
Yeah.
recall this, Pak?
Yeah, in terms of the price schedule, there are three types of the goods quoted by the bidder. First is to be imported, already imported, and within purchaser country. So there are different. There are three types of different tabel, and since the life cycle cost does apply for the purpose of evaluation, the bidder also is requested to quote or to provide the information related to the spare part, list of the spare part, including the cost for up until 10 years, or to, starting from 6 to 10 years, including the consumable cost per year and any other costs incurred during the operation support and maintenance period.
Yes. Is that clear? Because there's different. Yeah.
A bit, yeah.
Yeah, a bit.
So, how do you then calculate the total cost of ownership? Like, it's just a sum of all the three, because when I look at the payment terms, so you pay the 10% of the total contract price as an advance.
Yeah.
So is that the total contract price, which includes the imported, the local, and the services?
Yes, so it was this one price. I mean, for the
Because in the form we have to give three prices, right? Like, we need to give the cost of the equipment separately. We need to give the cost of all the local accessories, what would be needed, or the consumables, what would be needed separately, and all the services separately.
yes, that's for the table, yes, for the table one. And then Pak Budi, correct me if I am wrong, Pak Budi. So the total cost will be sum of all of each part. Because like for the price that is, as I said before, the price if TOC approach, that's gonna be all, even like the equipment itself, the transportation, the services, the consumable goods. So
And the
it's
5-year
gonna be the
warranty.
total. Is that right? Yeah.
And on the payment terms, then we are expecting the 10% of
as
the
calculated,
total
yes.
contract price as the advance.
Yes,
And
as the
then
calculated.
within the 50% soon after the incident.
Yeah. So everything is as a one. Pak Budi, am I correct, Pak Budi?
Yeah, Bu Ana. The total contract price or bid price shall include the cost for the goods or equipment itself, and also related services, which is include the installation, consumable, training as well.
Yeah, correct.
And if we quote in separate currencies, then it's 10% of the respective price, right?
No,
No?
still total contract price.
Total contract.
Yeah, but if you have two currencies, how do you do that? Then you have two sums standing next to each other.
Yeah. So if we have to pay you in different currency, but of course in total it's the same value, whether we will pay in euro, whether we will pay in US, but still in total it's going to be the same. So we just get the sum, and then we just divide it based on the type that you want to be paid.
Yeah, on the day of, so there's a specified cutoff date on which all of them will be converted to a single currency for the evaluation.
For the evaluation.
For the evaluation. So
yes.
it's important that we know the breakup of your quote
Exactly.
by each currency, so that on the date, the cutoff, I forgot what is the cutoff date. It's mentioned in the bid documents. I think it is the date of submission. So on the date of submission, all the different currencies you are quoting will be converted into one currency at the specified rate of Bank of Indonesia to collapse it into a single number, and that number will be used. Now,
For evaluation.
For evaluation.
But in the future, even if there is a fluctuation in currency values, we pay you based on what you quoted. So the winning bidder, and that way, the foreign exchange fluctuation is taken by the ministry,
MOH.
and that reduces the need to incorporate the foreign exchange risk in your contracts. We need you to be efficient and not add that risk onto our pricing, which is why this is required to be able to calculate on a single number on the day of evaluation, along with the other things like, the accumulated cost of consumables, the accumulated cost of future maintenance, and that would be the number that would be bidded as the 70% value.
So the risk of the exchange rate is going to be in MOH side.
Yeah. But then another question on that terms. So since you are anyway seeing the split prices of the equipment and the services and consumables, everything, when it comes to liquidated damages, let's say on the service contract, in the liquidated damages, you ask for, let's say, 0.1% of the total contract price.
Liquid damage.
Why can't I think the suggestion would be like, maybe it should be made to 0.1% of that particular related services or something like that.
But I
because
think that's what they said.
The contract price of that equipment.
For the equipment.
Full contract price, not just the equipment value, but including services, but for the equipment in question. So if 3 equipment out of a lot of 30 are delayed, then it is only applied on the 3. Yeah, okay. But at the rate of 0.1% of the full value of the contract for each of those 3.
Okay.
Quick question maybe on the legal ownership of the equipment. I think the contract is silent as to when we are supposed to transfer the legal ownership of the equipment to the MOH.
The legal ownership will go to the hospital
At the time of
at the
delivery
top
and
of the
commission.
delivery and commission.
We will update the INCO terms. The INCO terms will be on delivery.
Okay, so I'm not a Indonesian lawyer, right? But in a lot of countries where you transfer title, you need to have invoiced the equipment in full.
Yeah.
Right? With milestone payments. Here, so what is the plan for the 4 payments of 12.5%? Do we invoice them at the time the equipment is accepted upfront? 4 payments every 6 months? Because if we don't do that, I don't think we can transfer title.
Yeah, I think we have Ibu Linda, she's here. Maybe she will explain more on that one. We have discussed a lot of many times with the Ministry of Finance about the transfer of the ownership, the BMN. And our colleague from the Ministry of Finance at the time, because the price, even though the payment is made within 2 or 3 years, once the equipment is getting received by the hospital, so it can be, I don't know the approach, but I cannot remember the approach, but this can be accepted by the hospital and categorized as the good owned by the government. But for the detailed one, I think Ibu Linda can answer this one. But if not, we will give you a written answer about this one. But we have talked about this with our colleague from the Ministry of Finance, because this is also a big issue on us. How can we manage all the good owned by the government, or we call it as the barang milik negara? So we already got a clue with our colleague from the Ministry of Finance. But we will tell you in the written answer, and we'll put it in.
Okay.
In
No, that one is very important.
Yes,
It's about the
yes.
invoicing procedure, and you seem to be skeptical, but when you transfer title, normally you need to invoice the full value.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I think from their procedures, they need it from the time of delivery.
Yeah, and we need to transfer title.
So it is linked to the risk carriage. At the time they take acceptance, then the insurance risk becomes theirs.
Yeah.
Until you transfer title, the insurance risk stays.
Risk of loss is passed as
all
well.
the risk is carried by the maintenance.
Does that work for you?
Depends on the answer we're going to get, but if the answer is you transfer title but you don't invoice, no, I think from a legal standpoint there is an issue.
Yeah.
So we will need to invoice the 4 milestone payments, and in that case there is no more deductions to the payments. It would be more a penalty regime where you would invoice us for the penalties. It's complex, but if you want title, that's how it should work, I think.
But you cannot use title anymore as a collateral. Yeah. If you want to monetize the.
Title is not that important, but we need to transfer title, otherwise we take the risk of doing a leasing arrangement, and we cannot do leases in Indonesia. It's regulated, and we cannot enter into leasing arrangement. So we want to transfer title, but it would imply invoicing the 4 payments.
But is a contractual liability to make the payment not sufficient? That already exists.
I think we need the sale of the equipment to transfer title need to be crystallized.
Yeah. Okay, I think we will give you more explanation on that, but internally in OH and then Ministry of Finance in Government of Indonesia, we already settled it. We already settled it, settled down this issue.
Okay.
So we just give you the explanation of that one.
Okay.
That's already settled down by us with the Ministry of Finance.
No, but the point also to stress is that the invoices that they're saying will not be subject to deductions.
No, he's saying the deductions have to be invoiced back to them.
Exactly, that it becomes penalties, right, and no longer deductions.
So they will be clear. So you're not retaining anything from the 12.5. They receive the 12.5 and any deduction, the MOH takes collection risk on these guys.
That, I don't know if that will work for them. So that's why we need.
That's why it's important.
But we have to also maybe see it in terms of I think if you need to say that the equipment value has been received, then maybe you need to see some of the equipment value is kind of deferred against the maintenance time, but 50% is the cutoff. So you will have to see from that perspective.
But deferring, it's not an issue. Being paid over time, it's fine as long as we have invoiced.
So can I have a question for you? Is there any problem from the supplier side if we do this kind of when you talk about the ownership for the supplier? Is there any issue on that from your side?
Well, for us, at least potentially, yes, because we want to make sure that the embedded financing will not qualify as a lease because we are not entitled to do leasing arrangement. It's a regulated activity in Indonesia. We don't have the license. So we need to construct everything as a sale, transferring title to you. But usually when we transfer title, we need to invoice everything. And even if we are paid over time with some installments, and in that case, everything that is in the contract would probably not work because it's no longer deductions. It would be penalties that you would have to invoice, but the 12.5% would be due because we would have invoiced that amount.
Is it possible to monetize the services that we have 12.5 for the next 2 years? So basically, all the services embedded in the equipment. So even though the payment is done later on, but these services embedded in this equipment. So from this perspective, if if we can see that this is already a whole package, so that's why this is something that from the suppliers you already get all this one given to us for the hospital, but still we have kind of the obligation to you to pay the another 50. Is that workable or not? So we kind of monetize the services.
It might be, but in that case, and it's one of the questions I had for later, we would need to itemize the invoice. So we would need to give you a clear breakdown. The 4 payments, so 12.5, each of them, 50% is for the equipment, and the remaining 50% is for the service. That would work extremely well. You would apply the deductions to the service piece. We don't have to invoice it. The service component could be invoiced over time with some deductions. So we would adjust the invoice, but we would issue the invoice just for the remainder of the equipment price at the time we transfer title. That would work extremely well for GSK.
Okay then.
And I'm sure that would work for.
But it would have to be clear on the deduction. So the CapEx component will not be subject to deduction. So it could not be, because right now the amount is fully subject to deduction. Once it's stratified CapEx versus OpEx, CapEx will not be subject to any deduction.
So we have that leeway of 25% of the overall contract value So you know that the deductions are capped at 25 out of the 50. So long as your equipment value is below that 25,
below 75.
yes, so below the 25 coming up in the
Yeah,
next 2
yeah.
years, you shouldn't have a problem with that either, right?
Yeah, it depends on timing. The first timing of the invoicing, I think, is crucial. So we need to understand when you expect title. If you expect title at acceptance, we will need to invoice at least the equipment portion that is left to be paid. And then you would have service payments that would be invoiced over time. And it's more than 25% of the contract value. So you would feel good, right? Normally, you would apply the deductions only to this stream of invoices related to the services. Potentially, you would deduct your 25% worth of liquidated damages, 25% of the entire contract value. I think that would work from you. You've got the commitment of the O&M to deliver good service because we are still on the hook for 25% of liquidated damages. And we, as an O&M, we transfer title. We've got a clean invoice for the equipment. It's perfect for us. So I think both the benefit to this revision of the invoicing procedure.
Yeah.
And in that case, to your point, we could potentially monetize the equipment portion of the 4 payments, which is great for all the O&Ms, not just for GXK.
Well, I think it'd be worth hearing from GE and Philips on this as well, if they thought.
Yeah.
Because it's quite an important topic.
Yeah. Please.
It's coming back a bit to your question on each member is invoicing separately.
Exactly.
The outcome would be kind of the same. So I guess you should be on board.
On our first thinking, but honestly, only on our first thinking, I think yes, indeed. But we have not spoken this through, but yes.
Oh, we also need to work it out further, the consequences of what it would be.
But yes, I guess it would make our lives easier.
Yeah.
I think.
It will make easier the monetization of the receivable.
I beg your pardon?
It will make easier monetizing the receivable.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, and we are now discussing about the transfer of title, right? Which
That was the starting point.
Yeah.
Now we extrapolate on the invoicing procedure.
Okay, so just let us take note for this one. So please, okay, once again, because sometimes that it's quite easier for us to make it more detailed in the written answer. So please give us any proposal that you already mentioned, or maybe from you give us any proposal on that one. So let us thinking about that one, consider about that one. Of course, we will get back to you to give some explanation. Of course, for the, I don't know whether we can do it on the New York Federal Conference or later on, but we will think about that one.
Yeah.
Okay. But please, within 1 or 2 days, can you just give us any feedback on this transfer of title? Yeah.
Okay. So the corollary may be that we delay the transfer and we ask the vendors to keep the risk of the equipment. That would be the corollary, that the transfer of assets happens after 1 year maybe, or when.
But we can still transfer the risk of loss, meaning the insurance would be the responsibility of the MOH or of the facilities if we keep title.
I mean, the MOH doesn't do insurance, so the risk part will remain with the vendors until then.
That would be a completely different business model altogether.
And we need to price the insurance.
We are no longer just talking about CapEx investment. We are talking about revenue sharing and pay per use.
So everybody wants the transfer to happen at the time of delivery and commissioning, right? That's at least our shared understanding. Okay, so let's then discuss in more detail how to make that happen. Rita has also come, so let's seek her advice as well.
Yeah.
So the transfer timing is not the issue, but invoicing.
Yeah, the invoicing.
Yeah.
Later we can. Okay.
And the
Okay, thank you.
information
Yeah.
contained in the invoice.
How the breakup,
Then here it would be separated invoices.
So the idea would be, what is being suggested, Uana, is that they would, in the invoice for that amount, they would show a breakup of CapEx versus OpEx.
Yes, sure.
Pak Budi,
Not
Yes,
exactly.
Maybe you can explain them.
No. What we would do at the time of the acceptance, we would invoice the remainder of the equipment value in 4 installments. And this is due no matter what is happening, hell or high water. And every 6 months, we would issue an invoice for the OPEX component, the service component that would be subject to deductions and penalties and etc. Subject to performance and availability.
So 2 invoices.
So 5. 1 for the equipment at acceptance and 4 invoices, which would be subject to deductions for the services components.
There will need to be invoices for the down payment as well as.
Yeah. We are post acceptance here.
So
for the milestone payments.
So you would make 1 invoice payable over 2 years?
Yes, with 4 installments for the balance of the equipment value, right? Because you would have paid already a substantial part of the equipment value through the down payment, the payment at shipment, etc. Most of this money will be allocated to the equipment value, but still at acceptance, there is a balance. I can't tell you for the CAT lab how much it's going to be. This balance, we're going to invoice you, but with 4 installments. And for the services part, we will issue 4 invoices every 6 months with the deductions, if any. Because we intend to perform extremely well. Not be deduction.
Okay.
Understood the point. Now, whether it's 1 invoice with 4 different dates or 4 invoices, even for that account, just to be able to keep the timing. Pak Budi, do you see any problems immediately that you would like to raise? We do have to discuss this. But anything you want to raise on this?
I think maybe need to discuss with the Minister of Health. Also trying to understand what is the feedback and expected from the supplier. Understand that seems that from the supplier side intend to distinguish between the capex cost and non-capex cost by expecting that perhaps to get the capex costs can be fully paid on the acceptance or commissioning test. But need to discuss with the Ministry of Health and how the payment term will be proceeded.
I mean, the 2 things are already there. 25% of the total contract value is already protected from deductions, right? And likely the capital cost will be below this. The amount of penalty is already known, and whether it is paid out of the entire 50 or out of only the O&M amount doesn't change the total amount of the invoice every 6 months. Now the remaining question is whether we can split the invoices for a capex and make it like a practically either 2 invoices or a breakup of the invoice that incorporates the amount due.
But it would also have probably a positive impact on the termination clause, because you've got termination for convenience, right? You decide to terminate. At any point of time, you stop the payments, but some of the equipment that has been installed, that is up and running, might not have been paid in full. We will need to be paid for that in case of termination for convenience. So the benefit of having a separated invoicing stream for the equipment is even under the termination scenario, you know exactly how much you would still have to pay if you decide to terminate the contract.
Okay, I think, good thing to have this discussion. So I think let us digest it, and then internally we talk about this one. But yeah, we will come back to you. But please still give us any feedback and your proposal, because it seems that we cannot, maybe we can make mistake. Next vendor conference. I'm sorry.
We still, I had one more question. Did I understand that the Incoterm will change?
The Incoterm was mentioned as CIP somewhere, but it's not compatible with what we have written in detail. So we have to use the corresponding Incoterm that is up till delivery. I think it is DUD. I mean, I forgot what exactly it is. DDP.
CIP.
Not CIP.
That's what it's.
CIP is not the right Incoterm given how we have structured this, so that needs to be updated. We need CIP for a different purpose, which is to be able to calculate domestic preference,
Yeah.
so which is why that remnant remained, but that has created more confusion, so we'll have to correct it.
If it is a G clause, you already have the exemption on the taxes and the duties, right? So it will be like D clause, then put OEM to do the clear. Like we are, since you have the exemption on the duty and taxes, clearance, everything will be done by MOH, and then let's say we supply to the port, then the MOH or MOF does the clearance and the release, and then let's say our partner will take over the local transport into the respective location and do the installation and handing over, right?
I think my understanding is MOH issues the letters needed for the exemptions. The clearances are still needed from the vendor. No, we will do the
Yes.
clearance. MOH will do the
Yeah, that's why I need to double check, because all, even like the taxation, duty, import, and then the tax, it's going to be excluded. But how can we do it? But I don't know the mechanism yet. So what should MOH do is we have to submit the list to the Ministry of Finance. What kind of equipment that's going to be bought by the MOH for this procurement, and then that's going to be notified by the Ministry of Finance that is going to be tax paid by the government. But technically, how can we do it? I think it's something that I cannot answer in detail right now.
Yep. The responsibility of the purchaser versus the supplier needs to be spelled out a little more clearly.
Yeah.
Because when it is a CIP, then as a supplier, let's say for the equipment from abroad, our responsibility will end at the port, so that then the responsibility will go to the MOH so that they can clear the goods. If you have the exemption on the taxes, I cannot clear on behalf of you, right? Because
I think the ownership is anyway not transferring at the time of the clearance, but they will give whatever. I mean, that is what we need to figure out.
Yeah.
There is still, remember that the transportation to the site, exact site, the hospital, is also on the vendor, and all the risks of that journey are also on the vendor. So it is not CIP in any case, because those risks are still with the vendor for the local transportation. So the use of CIP was not appropriate. The Incoterm will be the delivery one.
So maybe the question is, how can
How can MOH
custom clearance for the custom clearance?
It will be the responsibility of the purchaser kind of a section that we will need to incorporate with clarity.
So the technical mechanism for that. That's why, we will have the specific discussion on this one, and then we will do it virtually with the DigiTech and DigiCustom.
Sorry, I have a question.
Oh, okay, sorry. So I did not.
Because,
Please.
I mean, that must be also valid for GE and Philips. As a foreign vendor, you cannot import. And if the local entity must import, then he will be the joint venture or whatever leader, and then he cannot fulfill the 70%. Then you have to restructure the whole thing, because a D clause foreign companies cannot offer, because they are not registered in the respective country, in this case, Indonesia. Yeah, then they cannot import because they have no tax number. And for importation, even if you don't have to pay tax, you need a number, a tax number registered in the country, and you don't have as a German, Netherlands, or US country, you don't have. So then the local company must import, and then maybe they don't fulfill the 45 or whatever percent it was from the revenue, whatever it was. Yeah. So this is really a critical topic, because that would maybe change the whole structure of the tender in brackets, or the needs. Yeah.
Okay. So let's find some date to talk about this one. So we will have, I don't know, is the FGD or vendor conference that is specific block about the tax exemption, including the duty
Customs
import,
clearance.
custom clearance as well. Okay, let us find the availability from DigiTech and DigiCustom, because it's very detailed, right? I cannot answer in very detail.
And yet a very important point. So thank you for raising that as well.
Okay. Okay, okay, that's all for the, is there anyone else from the virtually, from the Simon and from the David Draker, I think?
Yes, we just have one more quick question.
Yeah, please.
For the minimum quantity supplied per year, do you require some type of documentation as proof, like custom invoice, or do we just fill in the form and we sign that it is truthful? What do you consider for the qualification of the minimum units supplied per year?
For meeting the eligibility requirements of the number of units supplied, what documents do you need?
Oh, for the contract, the document need that contract, the contract document. So far, that what we propose in our bidding document is that the contract document.
For us, it's difficult because we have because you're looking for hundreds, right? So our contract, we will have to go through like hundreds of contracts to add it up, and then we have to black out the recipients. But is that what you have in mind? Like we just get the. I mean, that's a lot of paperwork, but I don't know if that's what you have in mind.
Bu Ana, if I might add, Yuda from GE Healthcare here. This is actually the same thing that we discussed during the federal conference in Hong Kong, right? So I think as of now, the answer will be we understand that from the contract, there are a lot of confidential informations which most of the vendors cannot provide. Hence, Ministry of Health and World Bank, I think in this case, will ask our insight also, what are the examples of proof of evidence that we can or able to supply to the Ministry of Health. For example, one of the example would be the acceptance certificate or BAST or Berita Acara Serah Terima. However, it is still to be further assessed by Bu Ana after Ministry of Health, I think, compiled the data from most of the vendors. I hope that helps you.
Yeah. So still in our bidding document, we put it as the contract document as the proof to meet the requirement, the quantity, the minimum requirement. So this is something that may be quite difficult to fulfill, but still, as I said in our last vendor conference, please give us any alternative, something that can make us confident with you. So for us, if it is only like document based on the services, no, we cannot believe that. But if you have another alternative, please send it to us. So maybe after that we can just talk about that one, because we don't know what the document that you already have, except for the contract document. For the contract document, for example, if your contract is only one contract for one, so it's okay. You can just collect for the whole. For example, we need 50 minimum quantity. So just give us the contract of document of each of the equipment, so that you can have the minimum quantity of the 50, for example. Or even like you already have the minimum contract when one hospital, 5, or so just put it in one document. But at least for the whole quantity, meet the minimum requirement. But still, as I said, that please give us any alternative if you have. So we can look at this document, whether it is, we can really confident on this document or not. So maybe it's quite difficult as well. When we talk in the Indonesian experience, usually the one who signed the contract is the distributor, not the principal. That is what is happening in Indonesia. I don't know, is it also common here? I don't know. But this is something that for us, just the document contract is one that that make us confident that you can manage all those delivery or those the equipment management. But still we have time. So please send us the alternative, Pak Somel. I think we still have some time to discuss about that one. But please send us the document itself, the example of document. Not only mention about this BAST, this one, but please send us the copy of the document.
Okay, this is clear. We'll work on.
Is that okay to send us the document?
We'll need to put in some effort to think of some alternatives that's legally available, able for us to provide. So we will work on this.
Yeah,
now it's clear that we need also provide some suggestions. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Question regarding consumables. With there's been multiple mentions now on the RFP documents, and we would like to understand what is the exact term of consumables. And there are some references in the latest RFP documents as well with regards to typical 100-patient procedures. Can we understand in clearer terms, because this would have very significant impact on the entire submission, say for the market?
Okay, when we talk about the consumable good for the general, so it's going to be different one to another type.
Correct.
So usually, I don't know whether, for example, for the impulse, is there any exact number of the quantity that is needed within 1 year, for example, because sometimes we have the threshold, sometimes, or even like we have like in general, so it's quite different. So when we talk about the cath lab, if I'm not mistaken, we will have like one general kit, 100 tests.
Injector may be needed more, then something may be needed for the rotablator.
Yeah. So
but not the stents, except for the stents.
Yeah, we will mention it in it's our bidding document. How can we calculate the consumable goods? But if I'm not mistaken, we also provide option to have the different different
So with the way,
invoice for the price for the consumable goods.
yeah, so we were looking at quoting for a fixed quantity of procedures. So for example, 1,000 procedures, what are the consumables required? Because it may be varying by different manufacturer, and then bidding a price for that quantity as a module for 1,000. And so when we order in those modules of 1,000.
1,000, yes. Kind of the benchmark or threshold, yeah, that practice for that one. So
it will not be that the entire 5 years of consumables is being bought and included in the contract price, because it will be several issues to handle. But there's a fixed commitment again, and that will be taken into the financial bid. And when we reorder consumables, that reordering would be done at the price in the financial bid.
So you are expecting the OEMs to be providing the consumables beyond startup of the equipment?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
For the 5 years.
Okay, and you mentioned that there will be no stents at this point.
So in the case of cath lab, particularly, we had a decision by the MOH, because that's a very big consumable, so it will be procured separately, but all the other consumables have to be.
Which is exactly the basis of my question when you said that for stents it's a big part of it. So what would then be considered a big part? Or for example, for injector, for
the syringe,
tubings and things like that, as well as contrast medium catheter. It's a wide range, right? I mean, we are talking about now clinical and medical consumables. So I just for maybe the running of the electricity, the water that is non-clinical, is that also expected?
No.
Okay.
Only the consumables, the machine.
With the machine.
Pure clinical,
pure. Yeah. But it's also putting us also on a very high risk, because the consumables, let's say catheters and guide wires, are usually defined by the doctor. And let's say if we quote on the cath lab saying, okay, we will be supplying so and so consumable or the catheter or the guide wire, we should not be in a situation where the end user does not accept it or anything like that.
No, once we give them the equipment, they have to accept it with the consumable goods. That's why we think it's quite important that the consumable goods is not the closed system. I think that when we talk about the consumable goods.
Why I raised that question is that these consumables are not manufactured by any of the OEMs. Let's say Philips, GE, and Siemens, we are not manufacturing these consumables. And I also saw that rotablator and a couple of things were already part of the other list. So that have those consumables what are needed for the clinical procedure as a separate line item, rather than having it in the whole tender for the medical manufacturers, because we are not manufacturing these consumables. So if you have to buy all these catheters and everything, we buy it from maybe, I don't know, Boston Scientific or Medtronic or somebody else, yeah? And this will also create a significant cost impact for all of us.
But is it possible to do that? I mean, if for you, if, for example, if you are now manufacturing with the consumable goods, is it possible to do that while you are getting from other manufacturers? Is it possible?
At a cost, everything comes at a
Yeah,
cost.
at a
Yeah.
cost.
Yeah.
Sure.
But whereas you will be able to, let's say when you, because you have, let's say 400 cath labs, yeah, in the whole lot, and then you raise a tender for the consumables and let's say catheters and rotablators I saw in the list, and guideways or whatever you need as a consumable, there will be a significant volume and you will get definitely a better deal from all those companies who manufacture these consumables rather than from any of the OEMs. So these are things which you need.
Yeah.
To do markup, which is mandatory, so the cost will go up.
And these are things which you need at the hospital, every hospital at, let's say, on a regular basis or a routine basis. And even on a catheter, there are multiple types of catheter. Like if you are not clear of, if we have to supply, then you need to clearly tell us what is it.
Yeah.
So
Maybe just the intent of this was especially for proprietary consumables. It applies a lot more to the lab equipment part than to the cath lab
the
part.
reagents and things. like
Yes.
that, yeah.
So, are there any proprietary consumables
Not on cath lab.
in cath labs at all? No.
I mean, even for largely radiology department, if you're looking for the MR or the CTs, I mean, even the contrast medium, that's something that is in the market.
Even the contrast media, we don't manufacture. None of us. Maybe G.
G. We can provide it.
But I would say that all those consumables should be kept aside as a separate lot because that's a big volume of business and it should not be linked with the equipments. Yeah.
And exactly, Pastor, you just mentioned big consumables, which means stents, right? Versus if you are talking about really start-up consumables like contrast medium, that is also two different worlds of consumables, right? How do we manage? And at the end of the day, we want MOH to be successful. We want the World Bank to be successful in terms of, 70% of financial requirements are based on there. So I think, and especially the fact that for Impulse and Sophie, you are already conducting something separate in terms of, procurement of other more consumable-like, right? Because in laboratory space, it's totally different, right? But you understand where I'm coming from. So that takes a very different approach as well, as opposed to capital goods.
Unlike labs.
So yeah, this is.
And also the reason being, let's say when you talk about or a contrast media, ultimately this should be supplied what is registered and accepted in Indonesia. Let's say in India, I know that there was a rule like you cannot just supply any consumable or anything. It has to be what is approved within the country. And that puts us on a big risk. Let's say if it is only one vendor what is approved in the country, let's say if it is G who supplies the contrast media, what is only approved in the country, then we will have to ultimately go to G and buy the contrast media, which will never be a fair play for us or Philips in that matter. And that's the request, like if those kind of consumables can be taken out of the
So we have your two purposes here, just to be share the MOH's purpose why consumables are important. One is from a total cost of ownership perspective. If there is something that is proprietary, then there should be transparency and affordability built in, just like we're building in for the O&M.
Yeah.
If we can confirm that there is nothing proprietary, then the second purpose was to provide the hospital with a startup kit. Because by the time they get their budgets and they get their consumables procured, it will be 6 months, 12 months. So the second purpose was a startup kit. So in such a case, what may be more important maybe to at least include the price of the startup kit that is sufficient for a 6 to 12 month period for an average cath lab. And we kind of estimate that quantity and at least include that. And then
but then you need to come up with a clear list of what quantity, what may, let's say, what is the guide wire, what is the catheters, what if you
So
need
the
a rotaplate
exact consumable good that is needed in those equipment.
we cannot keep it as assumptions
Or
because
Yankes needs
then
to
everybody
list
quotes differently.
Or Yankes needs to create specifications separately and do a separate bid.
Yeah, that's what this is that
Maybe
they are
that's better
proposing by.
for the stents and the other consumable, just for the startup kit also.
Yeah.
Doing as a separate bid, maybe because these will require a lot of specifications again.
The demands are also very different between lot to lot, right? If we are talking about in West Indonesia lot versus East Indonesia lot, maybe the disease patterns are different. the CAFLAB procedures are also different.
But I think when we talk about the closed system, for example, it's going to be workable for that one, for the consumable goods, for the closed system, but not for the open system, isn't it? So not every equipment is having their own consumable goods. That's
At this
what
point,
yeah.
and largely radiology, I mean, you have options.
Big equipment.
It's like
Open,
saying
yeah.
it's like saying we can buy different brands of car, right? But for the gas and the petrol, you can choose which brand you want to go pump. Yeah. Yeah.
But for the gear and for the
gear shifts, the steering wheel, yes. that is something that's proprietary, so to say. Yeah, but that we would term it as spare parts, right?
Correct.
Spare
No,
parts which
are already included.
Included, exactly.
So the
which
only
is-
thing is
yeah.
whether you require a particular engine oil, a particular
which is right
Which
now
is your
out there.
electricity.
Yeah, exactly. That's really consumables. Pastor, you are putting it in a very right way.
Okay.
Okay,
Let's check on that.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for the input as well.
And
And
what
regarding consumables, it's also for future lots to be launched, because now you have the imaging. We are talking about the imaging requirements, but it's also valid for ventilators or NICU equipment. We have to discuss, I don't know, how many sessions, how many. Starter kit would be best if you would order a device including starter or sort quantity, and then we know what to supply, and everybody would supply the same. It is like the it's important you have green and orange factors, tick marking what you fulfill or not. It would be the same then for consumables.
Okay.
Say it's included or not, but
yeah.
Thank you.
So quantity is important.
Yeah.
Anna Park Somil, one more question. I think this has been asked before, and for we understand there's a division of the different loans within Syria, right? And there's a large part of it that is under Islamic Development Bank, ISDB. The question, and it was back in September that we saw very explicitly there was a slide that talks about the boycott clauses. Do we have transparency on those boycott clauses? Can we get a copy of those guidelines?
See, this is for the Islamic Development Bank
Okay.
procurement, so I will not be in a position to
So-
answer, and only for the equipment listed as ISDB.
Yeah, but
Right.
that's also relevant for us because the
There'll be a
CP, the
separate
simulation
conference.
CP,
Yeah,
and
we
the
will
track,
have
everything was.
another. So that's why in here we just put the list so that you know what exactly the demand from the MOH. But for the procurement planning here, we just put the three, the ISDB, the ADB, and the AIB. We haven't launched our procurement planning for the ISDB one. So
Okay.
once we go it finalized, we will share it to you. Of course, we will have not different, but another vendor conference with the ISDB list of equipment, and then some specific. That you know that we are following the different regulation, the bank and then the ISDB. So we will talk about it in the different event.
Okay. And this will be in alignment with the World Bank, right?
Yes,
Because the World Bank
sure,
is
sure.
coordinating
Yes,
all of this.
yes, so,
Okay, so for specifically for the ISDB part of things, it will be
Yes,
addressed
yes,
and another.
yes.
Understood. Thank you.
That's a separate list of equipment being procured using ISDB's system. So it doesn't use the World Bank system. The World Bank AIB and ADB procurement follows World Bank system.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so
Thank
we
you.
will come with those the conference for the ISDB procurement regulation as well as the packaging itself. Actually, I think once I already put the packaging for the ISDB, but still the draft, not the final one. But whether it's ISDB collect here, but we will have another. Yeah.
Yes.
Is there any collect from the ISDB? Oh yeah, Pak Zulkifli, please.
Yes, regarding the procurement guidelines, rules and regulation, it will use the ISDB procurement guidelines, but no need to worry, but our guidelines is very similar with the World Bank guidelines. And then regarding the complete boycott documents, yes, I can provide it to you. I will forward it to Bu Ana, and then you can get it from the MOH.
Thank you, Pak.
Not conflict.
Boycott, yeah.
About the boycott clause, Pak Zulfi, can you talk a little bit about the boycott clause?
Yes,
Where
regarding.
can all the vendors access all the explanation of that one?
Okay, I'll do my best and give and get the complete boycott regulation to MOH tomorrow, Bu Ana.
Okay, once I got it from the ICB, we will put it in the website.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Pak. Thank you.
Hopefully, we can do it the letters in the first week of the February, Pak Zulfi. Can we do it for the ICB one?
Yes,
Maybe
hopefully we
yeah,
can
yeah.
do it by then, Bu.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Is there any more discussion from the virtually?
We have one more question if no one online.
Yes, because I don't see any raised hand from the virtually. Mas Faisal, ada ya? Okay. Okay, please.
Yeah. Earlier it was mentioned about site readiness and the end also to the Incoterms, and I think you mentioned that shipments only to take place once the hospitals or locations are ready.
Yes.
Who is going to monitor this? Because I can imagine that when you've got goods on transport, that you cannot stop it or it's direct to a location. Who will monitor, let's say, the readiness, and who will vouch for the quality, that it is sufficient for installation and the goods to be transport, location, actual position?
Yeah. We will have the Director General of the Health Services to monitor that one. So actually, this is Mas Faisal, who is acting as the PPK, is the one who are responsible to implement this contract. So he will have team to monitor all of the readiness of the hospital. And basically, for the first delivery in 2024, basically, they have already list all the hospitals that are ready for the 4 criteria. That's why it's going to be delivered in 2024. But of course, there's going to be discussion before you really need to deliver the equipment. So the Director General of the Health Services who will take care of this one.
Because it has quite some implications.
Yeah, sure.
Insurance, for example, also some storage if needed, special conditions, because that could seriously influence, let's say, what the consequences. But the information about site readiness of the MOH?
Yes. So Mas Faisal, about the readiness, he's the one who will give you order whether you can deliver right now or you have to postpone the delivery. Mas Faisal, can you give any explanation on this one? How can the Yankes monitor to make sure that the hospital are ready to receive the equipment?
We will monitor the readiness for the hospital because hospital has a allocation for this allocation for the presentation. So that's for the equipment. So we will maybe monthly for ensure the readiness for the facilities.
And also, I think we also have ASPAC, yeah. Is it ASPAC can be accessed by everyone?
The proof will be
Yeah.
No, we have to do physical verification.
Yeah.
And from the moment we get the green light from the MOH that the site is ready, how much time do we have to deliver the goods? Because here you talk about delivery, and my colleague here was talking about shipping. So do you expect us to ship before or warehouse the equipment in the? So what is the expectation?
No warehousing in the hospital actually. So we don't have any choice to warehousing in the hospital.
No, I think the idea is that by the time the MOH gives you signs the contract and gives you the supply
Schedule.
order with the list, they have already done a physical verification of each of those sites in that list, including with the district health offices, including with the Inspectorate General or whatever other mechanisms that are being created by MOH. They have reasonably inspected and assured that that list is ready, and only then they would be given as a supply order for that year. And this will be an annual process that they will follow. So they have a database which is SPAC, which will also be used for reporting breakdowns. But including that database is a parallel process that's also happening in the next few months while the bidding process is happening. But the next few months is when the hospitals will get ready the bare room. Now, what's useful for the MOH is, which is already in the bidding documents, is to know what is the size of the bare room and the electricity requirements. Those are the kind of things that need to be provided so that they can check on that before they put the order. The clock only starts once the contract is signed. And after that, there is 210 days for installation and commissioning. When you ship, when you get the bare room working, whether you would like to ship only later and focus on the bare room and getting it ready to receive are the kind of things that we essentially don't micromanage. So you could just spend the first 4 months working locally on the site and then ship when is the right time. So, and what needs to be shipped, you know it best. And so the MOH only is looking at the 210-day cutoff by when it should be installed and commissioned, including the room being ready and the supplies having been cleared by customs. And
But then just to clarify, so you mean to say that once the contract is awarded or the contract is signed for the complete lot, right? Or
yes, but also has the first year supply list in it.
Completely.
Okay.
So when every year when you get the supply list is when the clock will tick for that year.
Okay. Okay.
So suppose when the contract is signed, the first year supply list is not there and that comes to you after 10 days, then the clock will start when you have the first year supply list.
Okay.
But we will have the supply list, but not yet the full green light from the MOH to deliver.
The supply list means full green light to
Okay.
deliver. Then the
Okay.
MOH has checked and assured
And that's
that
their
it's-
responsibility. Okay, okay. So it comes in the case to my next question. There is no notion of excusing causes in the contract, and we've got a lot of obligations, which is normal. But some of them we don't 100% control. You know, the process.
Yes.
Here, acceptance within 210 days is a good example. We might, you know, expect some sites to be ready, but they won't be, and we know it will probably happen. So I think it would be good in the contract to have this notion of excusing causes to, you know, mitigate the penalty we incur if the delays are not our
In your
responsibility.
side.
Yeah,
Yeah,
acceptance. We need to train, I think, off top of my head, 6 people. If only 5 are showing up, right, and the 6th one will show up, I don't know, in 2-3 months' time, well, equipment will not be accepted. So we need deemed acceptance. We need excusing causes. I think it's something that is lacking in the contract at this stage.
I think the general conditions have it, so things which are not in your control. Papa Budi, have you noted, Pa? Did you hear it?
Pak Budi, are you still there? Pak Budi.
Maybe Pa Zaki, Pa Taufik, if you have taken note, Pa, then we can discuss. It's an important point. Liability will only arise if there's a delay on part of the MOH. Then
Yeah. And I don't think it's defined even in the general conditions. So.
Yeah, but you have, you were just talking about, let's say, shipment and site readiness. But site readiness is also, let's say, depending on the type of devices. You just mentioned about electricity, but that's more implications. So I'm assuming that when the vendor has been awarded or the contract has been awarded, you immediately have the possibility to discuss with the respective hospital about the construction of the room. Like, hey, we have these devices. You need these types of wires here. You need to have water here. I don't know what, but at least you need specific locations in order to help determine at the end site readiness.
Yeah, actually, Mas Faisal, maybe you can add more explanation on that. Actually, from the Yankers, they already put on the list all the detail about that one. Even they have the data from each of hospital. For example, with this hospital, those kind of that one, this one, and that one. So that's why they put it the delivery stages not in 1 year. So they just match with the availability of the site readiness itself. So it's already not done, but still on progress. So for example, when we talk about the first delivery, it means that from our side, from the MOH, we believe that the hospital are ready to receive on this year. So we already have those lists, and of course, once you are awardee for the contract, you have those opportunity to have a discussion with the hospital. That maybe even you can check by yourself the site after. Once you go awardee as the winner, for example, there is opportunity to select. Mas Faisal, you want to add something about this one?
Especially the electricity. So they already have consultation from our Mr. the standard for the groups and the utilization of the cabinet, for example. So they have know what the size of the room, the shielding and for the certification.
Yeah. So basically, in our bidding document, we will put our planning to deliver equipment per year. Even like for each hospital, where the hospital set up in there. But once before, as Pak mentioned, Pak Somil mentioned, once you will have another confirmation, which of hospital that are ready to be delivered in this schedule. So this is what we are doing right now, Pak, to make the list all proper. Because this is not something easy to presume that okay, the human resources will be available on this one. But at least we are doing on that, and we just want to make sure that all the readiness criteria will be met at once the equipment are scheduled to be delivered. So that is, of course, this is a hard work to do, but we are doing it preparing that one. Of course, right now we also have kind of the aspect to monitor the condition of the hospital as well. So as we said before, this is kind of the huge transformation in the health sector. Of course, this is not easy way to do, but at least we have to start to do that.
Yeah, we're raising.
So
we're raising this
yes,
for the
yes.
point of okay. On the one hand, we've got this obligation that we have to meet. On the other hand, we also know from practice that typically, even though green light is given for site readiness, you come there and it's still not ready, and then who will take care of it? Who will pay for that? And I mean, those are up to the practical issues that you face.
Yes, sure.
That's the background of the question.
Sure. So that's a good point to be concerned. That's why in our bidding document as well, we also in our technical specification we also put what is the room preparation that should be provided by the supplier, and this is something that we're still working on it. We want to make it standard room. And then which one it should be provided by the supplier, and which one should be provided by the hospital. And I think we will come up with those discussion as well, Mas, in more detail on that one. So this is coming when we do the pre-bid meeting, for example, because once again, it's going to be differ for one to another equipment. So if we talk about right now, maybe the readiness quite different. So but this concern, of course, is in our MOS concern as well, because we don't want to deliver the equipment and we don't utilize it. So this is something that I think we have agreement on this one. So this is something that we need your support. We need the understanding from you. And one thing that we cannot warehouse the equipment in the hospital.
Can the bidders do sites visits pre-bid or post-bid?
Pre-bid. What do you think, Pak? Can post-bid, yeah?
Pre-bid.
Because you have like 514
So by you
hospitals.
cannot modify the price post-bid. And the issue, like transportation.
It's not our responsibility. We will not pay for those. So will be.
I mean, you may have the chance to
You
calculate the
still own
price.
you still own the site, right?
Yeah.
Called readiness of the site, of the rooms. Depends on what you have on the site.
Also
rely on the
accessibility to the
MOH green
site.
light.
Also accessibility
I
to the
understand
site.
we are
No, but the site may be ready, but the accessibility may be in a more area, and the transport price may be
yeah,
different.
no, in that case, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can do
I rely on the local team to know how difficult it is to transport.
Yes. Okay, Mas Faisal, udah cukup? Okay. Okay, we will take note on that, including the room preparation as well.
Anna, just to follow up on that, will it go to the level of per month within the year? Because if we talk about Pak Faisal, you know, if we talk about project management, it's really down to maybe the days, right? I'm not going to ask for the days, right? Because that's really, precision. But to the months, right? Between January and December, it's within the same year.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will need to manage the forecast and the demand accordingly. And of course, to make sure that it's successful for the hospitals. Because we have the list already. This is very helpful. Thank you, Buana and Pak
We already
Somil and
put
the
it
team.
in the.
You put it inside the RFP every time.
Yeah.
Every time there was a refresh, we know. But because we are now in January, for example, and let's say if according to the timeline, we are going to open up the RFP, we are going to submit by mid of March. The signing will be in June. That means we expect the information to be immediately available. So the delivery is all between July and December.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't know.
That is the plan?
Yeah, usually we give you about 6 months to prepare the delivery. But in case we already have the hospital already, so we can just do it monthly to deliver. And the payment also will meet monthly based on this delivery. Because in our bidding document as well, we already mentioned that in our set, in MOH set, there is also going to be penalty if we are delaying paying for the invoice. So I think it is possible to do it monthly, but first, once you got the contract, for example, for this year, we just want to make sure that the list for the 2024 are ready to be delivered in this year. Otherwise, that's why for the post bid, it is possible for you to check the site and make sure that this schedule for the post delivery can be done. Or otherwise, maybe there is some updated information that's going to be, for example, we are planning to deliver 10, but when we check the site, we only can deliver 5. It is possible to do that as well. So that's why the sooner we got the information from the hospital, the sooner as well we can get your minutes the delivery. But once you got the award for the contract.
Once we are awarded,
yes. Once
the
you
winner.
are, yes.
Okay,
once you got the award.
So at the point of bid submission, this will still be not known.
Not known. What do you mean by not known?
As in the details of the delivery.
No, we already put in the details. Even like for the hospital, we already put in the bidding document.
As in by the months and the status.
Oh, not by the month, but as the
Yes.
first years. Of course, it's going to be difficult to identify by month. But once you go over D, you can just double check, and then can we do it by month, or maybe we can just do it at once at the end of the year.
Okay. And Bu Ana, as a follow up, this will be different hospitals will have different conditions of readiness, right? Or are
Yes.
you applying a standard for all?
Mas Faisal, can you answer for that? We have the standard.
We have this also, so I said for the standard room there.
Yeah.
But it depends on the hospital, the readiness one.
So what kind of, would you categorize them into different level of readiness? For example, if it is a green field, not built yet, so we know that it's totally bare and green field, as opposed to a hospital that was using the room for a CT or MR wants to renovate, and then anything in between. How will you categorize readiness?
Yeah. Do you want to answer? Okay. So actually, we have already the standard for the each requirement for the readiness as well. So as general, we divided the classified of the hospital between the Madhya, Utama, and then Paripurna. Of course, of each level of hospital, for cath lab maybe quite the same, except for the Paripurna. So for the standard requirement should be the same. The standard requirement should be the same. But the readiness of each hospital could be different. For example, for this hospital, maybe they're ready for the human capital. Maybe they're ready for this one, but they're not ready for the waste management. We already put all the list based on this mapping of the hospital. So based on the mapping, the one that we put in the first delivery in 2024 supposed to be met for all those 4 criteria. That's why we put it in 2024. But in case there is something wrong with the development of the preparation, maybe this is something that we need to double check before we deliver the equipment. So as far as we already prepared for that one, we already mapping all the hospital, which one are delivered in the first, the second, the third, and the fourth. And each of hospital, we already put it in the list. Or this hospital, they need human capital, human resources. Or this hospital, they need that. So we already put it all on the list. So the hospital that we put it in the 2024 means there is no criteria yet for all those 4 criteria. That's why we put it in the very latest, very last time for delivery.
I saw that on the slides earlier. Are you able to share with us the details, especially for room preparation? For example, the lead, the glass, the lead glass, the room sizing. Are you able to share with us all of this?
The standard, you mean?
The standard.
Yes. Yeah. Can you share the standard of the room?
Also take the hospital or the standard room.
Yeah.
But the standard is coming from MOH or the hospital?
From MOH.
Giving the standard room.
For the MOH criteria.
The size.
The size.
The standard.
But in each of the hospitals, are they giving a room to install the equipment? Because I would assume having a standard means you have the same configuration in each of the hospitals with the same rooms, with the same dimensions, which is rarely the case. They typically give a room to allocate for the equipment, but that might be bigger or smaller depending on the hospital.
It's like a minimum size usually, which is indicated.
And the minimum size is depending on the equipment.
Yes.
And this would be very helpful, I mean, for the market, right, to prepare and to make sure that we are supporting you to ensure that we fit to what you are talking about. And also, of course, if there are deviations that we think we should discuss, we can also give the feedback as well. This will be very helpful in terms of not just, room technical requirements and also human capital requirements, trade and all of this, so that we can also understand from your perspective, from MOH perspective, the expectations towards the hospital, we can support you, right? We also want to be supportive and say, oh, this is what you are planning for your hospitals. Let us see how we can also, make sure that we are configuring to support you.
Yeah. Ideally for the room, I think we have the standardization Mas Faisal for the room. For example, even for the cath lab or for the MRI, because when we did it last year, when we procured for some MRI, or maybe clinic, for example, we will have the standard room that gonna be fit for all type of the clinic. So this is something that maybe we have. I think we already get standard, Mas Faisal, but later on maybe we need to make sure whether the standard can be the standard will match with every type of the equipment.
Yeah. Would be good to have this for us, for the market. For the market.
Okay, let's prepare for that one. Maybe as the cath lab is the coming soon, maybe we talk about the standard only for the cath lab.
Yes. I mean, for the MRI, if you are also looking into it.
The upcoming will be MLI, so maybe we will share the standard, the preparation. And at this point, I think we also need your feedback. I know that based on our experience, sometimes I know that all of you have just experiences, that sometimes the hospital are not preparing, are not meeting the requirement for the equipment. And sometimes you have to do the minor renovation as well. So we also need your experience, which part of the room renovation that usually you have to provide. Maybe based on your experience. Maybe also from the participant who are jointly virtually. So maybe you can share with us what kind of room renovation that usually you have to prepare in the spot, on the spot. So it might give us any clue, and we can put it in the bidding document, Pak Somil, that this kind of room renovation should be included in the price of the equipment. That's something usually are not provided, are not preparing by the hospital. Because, for example, this is maybe very minor one about the floor. Sometimes you have to digging up the floor. Sometimes. So maybe just kind of feedback back. So because
No,
we
this
need
is,
to,
in
we
this
already
case,
put-
in cath lab, it's a big issue, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
even the radiological screening has to be installed. So our proposal is to give a bare room with only
okay.
bricks and electricity connection and whatever is needed, and the rest is done by the vendor. So it's a very,
Okay.
it's already there. For big machinery, we cannot expect hospitals to provide the very exact specifications that the vendors will need. So we are putting it into the contract already.
But then the suggestion would be same way as I talked about the consumables, you should also specify what is the turnkey,
Yeah.
what you expect from every bidder. Because let's say if we assume that, okay, we will do it like this, somebody else assume they will do it like that.
The standard
then
one,
there is
Pak.
a
The
huge
standard
discrepancy.
one.
Yeah, no, it's in the specs now. So room preparation is 100 lines in the specs.
Yeah, but what kind of room renovation? Sometimes it's going to be something that should be fixed, and the standard one. For example, if we have this standard, if the provider gives them more than the standard, so I think it's better. But we at least we have the standard, and yeah, I think from Youngest they have their standard for the room, but
Even we got feedback in the Hong Kong VC, for example, our standard was saying that the shielding will be barium, and we got feedback whether it should be barium or something else. So we're even getting feedback on the room specs. But there is a mandatory minimum given in the room specs.
So is then the recommendation that, yes, each site, each location will perform based upon the standard set of criteria that are so the elements that have been defined, and that once the assignment contract has been awarded, it's the task of the vendor, of the supplier, to get in touch with the local and say, hey, based upon the standard, we need to adapt this or do that. Is that then the recommendation?
That's how the current bid document is. So it's not just a recommendation, that's how the bid document is currently reading. So the responsibility of the hospital is to give a bare room with the required electricity load of the required size.
And any cost related to making modifications to that? For whom is that?
it's going to be included in the price.
So you have to include that in the price.
That is the price, based upon the criteria that has been set.
So do the hospitals, if they have to make additional work on their side to get to the standard,
That's
do
their
they have a
cost.
budget associated?
They have the DEACA physic budget that they will, if they have not yet met it, then they
Yeah.
will be included in the next year's list. As per their calculation, the ones who are in this year's list already
Already have the room.
those rooms ready.
Okay.
We need to physically verify before the contract award. So that's a part that they will do and everybody else will do and sample check. We will also do sample checks. But that's the part where they have not even counted the hospitals which are claiming that the room is not yet there. Those are in future years. So for those that are being counted for this year's delivery are already ready to receive. At least as per
They
their
expected to meet the standard.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe just one point commenting. So we were just looking at the room requirements. Maybe it would also be helpful if you can also make it a bit more clearer. Like let's say for the power supply for the cath lab, so that you should state that okay, you will terminate the oncoming power supply on a distribution box or something like that. Like at the moment it says that all electrical power supply and installation to technical room, console room, and equipment room shall be to the scope of the bidder. So they should not expect that, okay, we have a power supply from the transformer and the bidder has to make a
No, the
provision.
power supply to the room is what the hospital has to give you of a particular load and stable electricity. So the requirement is that the power supply, the cable should have reached the room.
Yeah.
Beyond that,
So
it's yours.
It would be great if it can be, let's say.
And
clearly
that's where we
mentioned.
also need your requirements. If there's anything key that we have missed, like one thing that came in the Friday VC was to also specify internet. Those are small things, but we still should specify to the hospital. So please do give us your minimum requirements from the bare room specification so that we can already start measuring that.
One of the technical requirements related to all installation was the UPS system. So it says that bidder must provide sufficient UPS supply. So I don't know if we can provide further clarification.
30-minute minimum.
30 minutes.
Specified in the green, if you go down in the Excel sheet, minimum 30-minute backup for the full system.
30-minute backup for full system.
Okay, this already 1 o'clock, 1 hour past, but it's okay. I mean, once we can discuss it. So I think we still have another opportunity to have discussion because we still have International Federal Conference in New York. So feel free still to join, whether in person or virtually. So everyone invited, and you need to submit by your own to be invited in the Federal Conference. So I think Pak Somil, Pak Sekjen, can we just conclude this, not conclude, just finish this meeting. And once again, please give us any written feedback, any written proposal, so we can just digest it and then internally consider or thinking about that one. And of course, it is a long process to go. So before we launch the CAT-LAB, for example, hopefully all the dispute problem can be solved. But of course, we cannot fulfill all the different, like everyone just have their own interest. But at least we just want to combine, and then the better for MOH and then for the supplier. So it means that we can meet the demand and supply. So once again, I think can we just close this meeting?
So
Maybe
okay, please.
Yeah, so because for GE, there were 2 mandatory specs, which we had required to review because we don't comply. So we are still waiting for the answer.
Yes.
So that will be responded through the website.
The website or even in the vendor conference. This is something that raised in the last vendor conference in Hong Kong, I think. We already put some notes back in the technical specification, and we need time to double check with our colleagues. Maybe if we cannot provide the answer on the next vendor conference, we will put in the website as well, on the Q&A part. But still, we have some opportunity to have discussion afterward.
If you're ready by Thursday to provide that question, that's even better because
The question was already submitted, so we are waiting for the answer.
Right. No, in the sense that you had a question about the range of 50 to 125 kVA and a couple of other things. So if that can be discussed on Thursday as well, there's a chance that all the vendors can jointly tell that, yes, this is a problem for everybody, then it becomes even more important to address it, right? So we don't want to discriminate any vendor at all, but it becomes a collective thing, then it gets even more easy to understand rather than we doing the homework, then checking with everybody. So if we can bring it up like we did some of the questions around consumables today, we can bring some of those issues to Thursday, it may be even better because everybody will be sitting together.
We also have submitted a couple of questions on the technology.
No, I think we
I will join on Thursday.
there's hundreds of lines on the questions. And feedback is very important to make sure that we do not have anything that unnecessarily disqualifies
As
a
complex
key,
as the one for
a key
the
competitor, because otherwise we lose. So please do keep that feedback coming both in the vendor conferences and also
in the written form. Yeah. And maybe one last question from my side would be, so the timeline where you talked about 30 days for the bid submission once the tender is released, it would be really helpful if we can also review on that, because let's say for the cath lab, the main equipment, we don't need so much time to price the equipment, yeah? But there is a lot of consumables, or let's say once you define the consumables, we will have to, let's say, go and approach multiple suppliers and get a good price. It's not like we just go and take whatever they say, and we need to also have a lot of negotiation with all those suppliers to get what is really good for that whole project. And same way with the turnkey, we need to have also discussion with multiple people who will ultimately do the entire turnkey for that site. So maybe 30 days might be really too short. Because when you consider that you have then ultimately 98 days for evaluation, wherein
No, it can be shorter.
yeah, so my request would be, at least from my side, the request would be to improve the timeline for the bid submission, because it will be very, very crucial for
Bid
everybody.
submission is 30 days, the business days, mean about 40 or 45 in calendar days. So
It would be really helpful if you can, because I don't know, maybe.
No, I think we are in sync.
Yeah.
Right now,
because it would be
Tight.
really crucial.
Extremely tight, yeah.
Right now we are looking at 6 weeks. I think right now it's 31st of January and 15th of March, right? So that's around about 6 weeks, right? In Buana, we spoke, I think, on vendor conference 2. We're talking about 8 weeks at that point in time, right? So
If it is
ideally
8 weeks or 10 weeks, then because it's ultimately it's about the price. Like end of the day, everybody wants to give you the best price what we can offer, and that needs a lot of work. Also, structuring the whole joint venture or the consortium, which will also need a lot of time for all of us, yeah. And that's the request.
Okay, just technical.
Let me first clarify, 98
Yeah.
days is not for evaluation, because we are talking
The whole
about
process.
talking about bid award by the end of May, kind of a date, a notification of award. So both the technical and financial evaluations would have ended by then. So first of all, even they are trying to expedite at their end. But yeah, we can.
Yeah,
In practice, it may need longer because there may be changes to be made after the bid documents, and only when we have uploaded those changes, then the timeline resets accordingly.
Yeah, actually for the 90 days, this is, we can make it why in our, we also give notification for the 90 is, can be made shorter as well.
Yeah.
So, let's see, what can be, done for that part, for the timeline, but this is the minimum for that one, but if, that's why we have this long discussion. We hope once you got the submission, everything is clear. So that's why we are having this long discussion.
Yeah.
Hopefully, yeah, that's something like trading off, when we are doing in the preparation, a long process, a long discussion. Once we got SPN launching, so everything is clear. So I think it's not really hard for you to, at least, but still we can
Let's
just.
say that's why I'm saying, like if it is just
Yeah.
the cath lab,
Yeah.
it is
It's
not a
easy.
big deal. Yeah. But at the moment, it is so many other things like transportation. Yeah, we are talking about giving you a price where we need to just assume what is going to be the transportation for the next 4 years. Yeah. So there are a lot of things which we need to really come up internally when we price the package.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why we would need your help in really extending that timeline, because it will be too
So
short.
that's one, the example for the cat lab. Okay, we will take
we
note
really
for that.
appreciate 10 to 12 weeks, I think,
12
of this size,
weeks?
this size.
Wow, 12 weeks means 3 months.
This size of this size.
But
Okay.
Something in between.
You know, 3 months is very long time, but let's take note about that one. So this is only the cat lab that we the showing to you. Okay, Pak Somil, Pak Budi, Pak Lender, or maybe other colleague, Pak Denny. I also see Pak Denny here. Before we closing this discussion, is there any final remark from you or Pak Sekjen? Yeah, okay, Pak Somil.
No, just basically want to thank, first of all, Pasikjin and all of you for taking the trouble of doing this year. You know, for all of us Indonesians, including myself, I treat myself now as Indonesian. This is very cold weather. So thank you for braving the cold and being here.
Very
And also
cold
for
weather.
all our vendors, potential vendors, for, you know, really coming and giving us all of this very important feedback, because it's virtually impossible to be able to get all of these pieces right until we have that feedback. So we are trying our best to make it successful for everybody, because the more we can make it frictionless for the vendors, the better is the cost that comes to the ministry. So we are trying our best, but please keep the feedback coming. And I hope this was a good opportunity to be able to share some thoughts in more detail. We are committed to certain principles which are around the transparency and openness of the information, and which is why we have even our probity advisors on this call, and they would join every focus group or everything else that we do. And everything that we discuss is reported back either as a recording and also as written questions and otherwise. So please do appreciate that. That's the reason why sometimes one-on-one engagements have been difficult for the MOH to do. But hope these are the opportunities which compensate for them. And use the website, please, because we are committed to capture every single feedback on the website to be able to respond. And if the response itself has any issues, then please raise that as well as you did today. Thank you very much. Very important feedback. Thanks for all the contributions.
Thank you so much for all the very nice discussion. And sorry, maybe for the website, we are still on progress to make it much more better. So please, with our the link right now, please use it as much as you can. But on the parallelly, we are doing to make it more better in the website. So once again, thank you. Thank you for all participants who joining virtually as well. So I just hand it over to the MC today. So once again, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. 3070 reconfirm.
We hope
Technical
that
financial.
we have had a productive and fruitful discussion today. We believe that your participation and your involvement will have a better impact for Indonesia, for healthcare, Indonesian healthcare. We thank you. Terima kasih. Have a great afternoon. Bonne journée.
Merci.
For the participants in this room, the lunch is served at the Aula Garuda on the ground floor. Thank you. In the virtually, thank you. Please enjoy the lunch.
We did not do polling today, but I am assuming that by now the payment plan, the 30/70 and everything else is okay with everybody.
Is it?
If not, please send feedback on that as well.
Okay, thank you.
I see. Je sais pas, on va voir demain.
On va se mettre tout sur le website. Oui, ils n'ont pas répondu.
Non, non, non.